Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the public hearing meeting of council. Madam Clerk, could you do a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Walcott. Thank you. Councillor Wong. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Carra.
Councillor Carra is here.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Chu. Here. Councillor Demong. Councillor Dhaliwal.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Meehan.
I'm here.
Councillor Penner. Here. Councillor Sharp. Here. Councillor Spencer.
Here.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we will go back to the item we were on, which is 7.2.10. I had opened the public hearing on the road closure and then closed it right away because there's no one to speak to it. We now have the public hearing open on the land use changes that are being proposed, and I'm going to pick up with panel number 1. Do we have Maura Graham? Great. Do we have Matthew Kennedy?
Yes.
Great. And do we have Cody Watson?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, we will start with Maura, please.
Hello, everybody, Mayor and councillors. My name is Maura Graham, and I support this land use redesignation. I have lived in Calgary since 1989, minus 2 years stint in Montreal, and I have always lived in inner city neighborhoods and am currently living in a house designed by Kayla Brown of Bold Workshop Architecture, which is located in Alboya. Over the years, I have built 5 houses in Calgary with the help of architects and home builders. And I have been a member of a couple of development and planning boards at the community level. And currently, I am a member of the Chinook LAP Local Area Plan Working Group. I am not a neighbor of Inglewood. However, I often frequent the many great businesses in Inglewood, attend the events in Inglewood, go by Inglewood, go through Inglewood on my bike, and I also spent some time working in a vintage store on 9th Avenue Southeast. There is a huge, long list of advantages for this redesignation, and many, many city policy alignments for this application. Almost too many to list, and these have already been addressed or will be addressed by other speakers today. I am going to come at this from what makes sense perspective, as that is the way I tick. It does not make sense not to grant this land use redesignation. Did you see the proposed design? It is gorgeous. And the image of what it could be, not so much. Kate, Nick, and Kayla really care about Inglewood. Both city administration and the Calgary Planning Commission support this request. This redesignation aligns with our extremely pressing challenges that are demanding our attention: climate resilience, housing supply, and affordability crisis. I don't understand why we are here in this room deciding on something that fits, aligns, and addresses our challenges. It aligns with city policies and strategies that you, as a council, along with administration, have designed, implemented, and worked hard on over the years. Your administration and planning commission supports this application. Why would you not grant this redesignation? It meets all our city's goals. So please tick the box that says approved, and let's continue our collective efforts of making Calgary a great, affordable, and livable city. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. If you just have a seat right behind you there, if there's questions, I will let you know. Let's go to Matthew Kennedy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi there. You can go ahead.
Hi, yeah, this is Matthew Kennedy, principal of Studio North, designer and also developer of affordable housing. And, as someone who, strongly believes in the impact that housing has on individuals and families, I feel like this is the type of project we want in our community. Our studio is located in Inglewood, and, our business would benefit from additional housing in the neighborhood like this. And, on like a note that, this is a project being developed by Bold and XYC developments. Like, you guys are world class. They're doing incredible work in our city. They're a huge part of why Calgary is an amazing place to live. And I feel like these are the types of projects that are usually celebrated at the MUDA Awards, the Mayor Urban Design Awards. And I feel like this shouldn't be so painful to get them across the line. Like, these are the type of projects that make our city great. And it's kind of like you want to see the city as an organization kind of like pave the way and like open doors and, make it possible for this architect developer combination to create this type of housing and more housing in our community, as opposed to like putting up roadblocks and not seeing it happen. Because I mean, the alternative is, on a site like this is probably just like XY, number company developer building something that doesn't have like the love for the end user that I know Kayla and Kate are putting into this. So for all those reasons, I strongly support this project.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Just hang on the line in case there's any questions for you. Let's go to Cody Watson.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. I am joining today's hearing to express my support for this project. My name is Cody Watson. I am a third generation and lifelong Calgarian, and I have lived in Inglewood and Ramsey since 2014. My current home is a short distance from this project's location. I strongly believe that thoughtful densification of Calgary's historic neighborhoods is crucial for the sustainable growth and vitality of our community and our amazing city. I believe that Caleb Brown and Bold Architecture have met the balance of forward-thinking development while maintaining Inglewood's historic vibrance. For me, this project has 5 key benefits for our community. 1, affordability. Not only am I a resident of Inglewood, but I am currently raising my 2 young daughters in our neighborhood. When they grow up, I want them to have the same opportunity that I had to be able to afford an inner-city family home in Calgary's vibrant historic neighborhoods. I believe this development will not only combat the immediate affordability crisis happening in our city, but also ensure that same affordability for the next generation of Calgarians. Point 2, environmental sustainability. Higher density housing reduces Calgary's endless urban sprawl and decreases our day-to-day dependency on cars, making use of better existing city infrastructure. Point 3, economic vitality. More residents in our neighborhood means more support for local Inglewood businesses. Point 4, preservation of character. With careful planning and design guidelines that Bold has adhered to, new multifamily developments can complement existing architectural character of Inglewood. I personally witnessed this firsthand, living directly across the street from Bold's Slice House, developed in 2019 on 11th Avenue in Southeast. And finally, point 5, a diverse community. Different types and a mix of housing types attracts a diverse population, fostering a more inclusive and dynamic neighborhood for all. In conclusion, I believe embracing smart growth principles, we can ensure that Inglewood remains a vibrant, inclusive, and sustainable place to live for now and generations to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm just going to see if there's any questions for anyone on this panel. I don't see any, so thank you very much for taking the time to join us today. Let's go to the next panel. This is panel number 2. Do we have Glenn Kerr? Do we have Sarah Jane Gretzner? Do we have Bob Swan? Marina Ortman? And Julie Houston? You can all come up. There's seats right there behind the presenters. And then just to get everybody ready for the panel after this one, that'll be number 3. We'll be looking for Andrew Roberts, Jessica Stolbert, Laura Halverson, Darren Polanski, and Dean Simons. But for now, let's get started with Mr. Kerr.
And you have a slide presentation for me, I believe?
I'm going to find out right now. There you go.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor Gondak and councillors. My name is Glenn Kerr, and I'm here representing the Inglewood Community Association. First, I'd like to note that our submission of September 11th to this land use change, we erred in the interpretation of Main Street, which I'll address here. We note that of the 70 submissions in favor of this application, they don't recognize that the change in land use will not result in more units being on the lot. Both of them will allow 16 units on the lot. Moot then are the points or arguments about housing crisis, support of business, equity, affordability, and climate change. Further, only 2 of the submissions are from New Street, 8 in total are from Inglewood, and the rest are from somewhere else in the city. Those in favors might not realize that Inglewood already has 11 significant land use changes in progress, which will add about 3,100 people, almost doubling the population of Inglewood. So our objection to this land use change is based on where it's located in the block and to some extent its density relative to the Inglewood ARP. As you can see on this slide, the application is mid-block, surrounded by bungalows and a one-story duplex. The quoted density, you might see it on the next slide, of shown in development permit DP 2024-0543 is 144 units per hectare. Now going to our ARP, which overrides the bylaw, I remind you that in point 2.3.2, it says that new residential development, sorry, the next 2 slides on, should respect surrounding housing. 2.36 in the second paragraph, if we can go a couple of slides up, back, says new development possibilities are outlined in the above policies and envision and encourage new town housing development in Inglewood in the range of 12 to 30 units per acre. That's 30 to 74 units per hectare. Goes on to say, this policy encourages low to medium density townhousing. However, many sites may be only appropriate for detached housing, while other sites, generally those not surrounded by lower density, may be able to accommodate higher density. To encourage a variety of housing types, medium density, up to 40 units per acre, which is 99 units per hectare, low to medium profile residential projects may be considered on a limited basis where unique site and edge conditions merit alternative approach. On the next slide, the one with the red box on it anyway, it's in the ARP 2.4.6. Point A says area residents must be fully involved. Point B says the following conditions should be met. In the middle of the paragraph, the site is not completely surrounded by lower density housing. Point C, traffic and other impacts have been thoroughly analyzed and can be minimized. The Calgary Planning Commission and its reasons for approval states there is a minor text-based amendment to the Inglewood ARP. The required amendments, in fact, gut the ARP, its philosophy and intent. If you can go to the next slide. So addressing the LAP area, while our LAP is paused, the HGO definition is that 300-meter polygon around 9th Avenue and 200 meters extending from it. I sketched that up on the map in our LAP, and as you can see, it blankets the whole neighborhood and covers 5 historical zones identified by the city. The LAP states that HGO developments are to be on flex and connector streets, and in 2.15.1, the land use redesignation for higher density development are discouraged until heritage policy tools can be explored in the plan area. So in conclusion, with 43 seconds left, we are in opposition in that the notion, last slide, the notion of having large-scale density housing located mid-block surrounded by smaller-scale housing is not upholding the policies of compatibility and sensitivity and is contrary to the Inglewood redevelopment plan. The arbitrary definition of Main Street, as defined extents of the HGO resignation blanket, the neighborhood without local considerations of historic use of lands, lotting patterns, road network, and the existing housing stock. If the proposed development sets a precedent for large-scale development and an assault on historic areas and the character of neighborhood. And that's it. Sorry, I got 2 more, but.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's bring Sarah Jane Gretzner up, please.
Can I use this one?
Yeah.
Yep. Mayor Gondek and council members, my name is Sarah Jane Gretzner. I live at 31 New Street. There are 5 houses between my house and the subject property. I live on the same side, and I back onto the same lane that is subject of a lot of the concerns related to this. I've lived there for 30 years, much to my surprise, and I live in a house that is 120 years old this year. One of the things that has not been discussed in this is the character of New Street. Although it's called New Street, it in fact is one of the oldest streets in Calgary, dominated by what we still call the Major Stewart House, which was built in the 1800s. So there is a lot of history on the street, and one of the things that we look for as residents of New Street is development that complements and is complementary to the context and the character of the street. I was away in August, and when I came home, there was a lot of discussion about this application. And so I went for a little walk down the street to see what it was all about. And the sign, much to my surprise, I have to say, the sign proposing this land use change was attached to the house in behind a 8-foot cotoneaster hedge. If you know cotoneaster, it's clipped, it's very thick. So being 5'5", it was impossible for me to see this sign. And so I phoned the city, and the time to comment was coming up. So as a result of that, I learned that the applicant had asked for the sign to be put on the house. And the city was very easy to work with. They extended the date, and they moved the sign to the street. Didn't give me a great feeling that they really wanted my comments at this point. The next thing that happened was I got this postcard from Kayla, who I have yet to meet, addressed to Hi Neighbor. So I contacted her, and I said, the neighbors are confused. Is this a planning out? You know, we didn't know what this was. It was brand new to New Street. It's a completely different type of development than we're used to on New Street. And I thought it would be very useful for us to get together with Kayla, as she sent this out, to talk about it. A week later, she replied saying that she had talked to the 2 neighbors, adjacent neighbors, and they were in favor of it, and that she was not prepared to meet with me or any of the neighbors. So I took that to be a no and clarified that in writing. There's a lot of talk about the quality of the architect, the portfolio of the architect, affordability, the impact on the city revenues, which I'm not sure are planning issues when we're looking at a redesignation. They may be. But again, I think there's still a very lot of confusion about what exactly we're doing here and what this is. So we've had the road closure discussion, we've had the land use redesignation, but I still don't know whether we're approving a DP or not. I think my concern with this is the neighborhood residents, the residents of St. Monica and New Street really have not had any chance to be directly involved in the design or the review of these documents. And when I saw the letters from all over the city talking about consistently the same thing, the quality of the architecture, the impact on the construction industry, the tax revenue, affordability, which is a word we use very loosely because affordability is different for everyone in this room, and I'm not sure even what that means. My original letter was focused on the impact on the laneway, which is already very confusing on Nellie Breen Park and the regional pathway, but I think other people are going to talk about this at this point. I'm a landscape architect, retired, sort of. And last night I was trying to think of one project where I flatly refused to meet with somebody, and I couldn't come up with that name. And that's not the way I worked. Maybe it's a new way of working. But I think you're always better to have collaboration, buy-in from neighbors, and support for your project. If you're going to be a neighbor, then you need to act like a neighbor. So I've got 3 seconds left. Thank you very much. And I hope that we get an opportunity to discuss this further.
Thank you very much. Thank you. As you're grabbing your seat, I'm just going to say, you asked if we were approving a development permit today. We are not. We're approving land use. That's
okay.
Road
because
closure
a lot of the comments are in the presentation this morning were development permit related.
You raise an excellent point, and I remind everyone every time we are here to talk about land use, but people love talking about the development permits.
And they also like talking about who's going to live in it.
Thank you. Let's go to Bob Swan, please.
Hello, Mayor Gondek, councillors, administration, thank you very much. Have you back here again. So I'm Bob Swan. I'm a resident of Inglewood, not New Street, but Inglewood. I've been in Inglewood for 37 years. It's the oldest neighborhood in Calgary. It's long seen as one of the most active communities in Calgary, dating way back to Nellie Breen and Jack Long, who was an architect. That due to him, we don't have a freeway through Inglewood from many years ago. So really important. So the activism has allowed this community to become one of the most vibrant, livable, desirable communities for both residents and visitors to Calgary, as pointed out by many here. My wife and I have lived here for 37 years, bought a house in 1985 for a 115-year-old house for $80,000. Amazing. Which seems like nothing, but it was a lot for us then. We bought here because it checked a lot of our boxes. It was affordable. But at that time, Inglewood was not a desirable area. There was condoms in the street. Right? Everybody knows back then it was not a good place to be. But we saw the future in it. We had kids there when there weren't a lot of kids living. Our kids' friends used to talk about them being from the hood. Ingo Hood. We bought a second house in 1996 for $125K. Still own that house today. We rent it out. Talk about affordable housing. We rent that house out for $2,000 a month. Last year, we invested $30,000 into it to put in another bedroom downstairs and another bathroom. And we always have long-term renters there, and it works out great for both of us. So it's our sort of way. We could get more, but it's about community for us. We love Inglewood for its walkability, parks, river proximity, vibrancy, stores, pool, dog parks, restaurants, etc., just like everybody does, right? But also the sun and privacy in our backyard. We are retired and we like to spend our later years here. But, sorry, can you bring up the slide? I'm sorry, I didn't say that. So Inglewood, someone made this diagram of Inglewood, and I think a lot of people have different versions of it. My house is on that in the middle there. So we'd like to spend our life here, but next slide, please. But there's a problem with that. As Glenn pointed out, Inglewood is bounded by the river and by the railroad tracks. In the historical areas of Inglewood, you cannot get 350 meters away from there and have a house, right? So if I want to live in Inglewood, I want to stay there, but I live right on 8th Avenue, right behind where Highline Brewery is. Luckily, there's not yet a high-rise there, but there will be someday, and we're going to have to move. We would like to stay in Inglewood, right? So, we look at 8th Avenue and New Street as really the only places that we can get that we think would be good. And now, so you can't get anywhere else, right? So, next slide, please. We are quite concerned in the community because there's some recent developments worth noting. The one on the left and the one on the top are where a development has with a concrete wall right on the neighbors there. And the same development for the top picture shadows 5 lots. That's 3 stories high, and 5 lots have been shadowed by that thing. Very disrespectful development. The bottom shows type of development that is great. A lot of density there, but they preserved the old livery barn, the old barn there, and that's great, and then a lot of people can move in there. I think there's 18 units there plus over the barn, right? The one at the top right, it's a taller building, actually taller than the one proposed here, but it's to the character of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. So now we have this development proposal, right? This comes along. Ironically, it's probably all supported by funding from family members, like the house that we bought, because my father helped support us. It's born out of an architecture class at the U of C, and I look at the things they say and the things that they've written. I read through all 80 submissions, and many of them were by architects, and probably many in that class. There's some very forward-looking concepts, but you know, they're talking about people having the ability to live in Inglewood. I think it's important that the people that live in Inglewood have ability to live in place in Inglewood. Nellie Breen lived there for 71 years until she died at 95, and there's a park named after her. I think most people don't even know where Nellie Breen, where the name from that came from, right? So that she's very, you know, fundamental to Inglewood. So, you know, we live in Inglewood. We walk our dog. We pick up garbage through the parks around there. We have a little free library. I try to do things like support the Inglewood Pool. You know, I'm trying to do things to support the community. And I think it's important that people like us who've been there for a long time, have attachment to history, are there to be able to age there and not age with no garden, no sun, right? So very important. So next slide, please. So I'm not going to skip that. Go to the next one, please. So these are the issues on the left, mostly raised by all those in favor. We support all those things, right? We support addressing housing crisis and densification and housing affordability, right? Support for local businesses,
Mr.
absolutely.
Swan? Mr. Swan, you're at time.
I'm at time?
Yeah, so thank you very much for your
I had some good
presentation.
ones, too.
Let's go to Marina Ortman, please.
I had presentation attached to this. We can make it. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. Good to see you again. Happy New Year to everyone. I would like to thank you for considering our input. And I'm here today on behalf of many residents of Inglewood that oppose this development, as it doesn't align with Inglewood character or established policies. Inglewood has been officially declared a special character district by the City of Calgary, recognizing its unique heritage and cultural significance. While we're not opposed an increased density and thoughtful development, this proposed project disregards the established processes and takes advantage of past local area plan, which guidelines the developments to enhance integrity of our community and provides long-term vision for how land could be used and redeveloped. This development seeks to rezone from RCG to HGO, treating Inglewood as if it's a typical neighborhood and setting this development as a norm, instead of respecting the careful planning and protections outlined in Inglewood Redevelopment Area Plan. The applicant refers to sections 2.3 of the ARP, citing that there is a call for new residential opportunities should be aggressively pursued. However, the broader section of that plan is explicitly emphasizes the preservation of low-density area and collaboration with the community and adherence to necessary studies and public engagement. So far, this has been done to a very minimal. We respect the city's goal for managed growth and believe density can be introduced responsibly. However, it must be done with proper community consultation, compliance with ARP guidelines, and understanding of the local context, none of which this application sufficiently addressed. Next slide, please. So, for example, community outreach assessment tool. The applicant claims they scored score 1B of the community outreach assessment tool, implying this project is of low impact with no significant disruption. We did independent review, and this project scored 2B, signifying a medium to high impact development that requires heavy, comprehensive engagement process. So far, there have been minimal engagement. The applicant communicated with only 2 neighbors, relied on a third party for online feedback, and failed to contact or follow up many affected residents. There have been insufficient notice. Postcards were delivered the day before development committee review, so the residents didn't have time to actually understand and respond properly. Next slide, please. So the administration have received 27 letters of opposition, but it has not been produced to the council for its view, nor it has been attached to this application either. Further, the public submission results shows, as my friends here said, there was out of 74 submissions, 69 don't live in Inglewood, friends and family, and some of them are real estate developers and the like. Only 5 people, actually, 5 residents of Inglewood who live on New Street made the submissions. The rest It's just people have nothing to do with this development, nor they understand, nor they have knowledge of this location specific details. Next slide, please. But there is a community opposition. So at multiple Inglewood Community Association meetings, there was a strong opposition. In September, it was 93%. In January, it was 70%. Traffic and parking studies, next slide, please. So section 2.4.6C mandates traffic and parking studies for new developments. But Planning Committee dismissed that necessity in its report. This is glaring oversight, especially given that nearly every resident response raised concerns about parking, traffic impacts, and the like. So next slide, please. This is what you see on the picture there. This is on a good day. There's no parking as is, but imagine what this development will provide. This development, in our view, does not align with the community. It doesn't integrate seamlessly with existing neighborhood. So far, coming from applicant submission, they want HGO designation to avoid any potential firewall concerns during the building permit process, which will make this development cheaper and faster. I don't think this should be happening just on that basis alone. And further, this proposal fails to align with the expectations. It's decidedly not gentle densification. It's completely out of scale for the street, offers no aesthetic consideration that reflects the building style and character of the neighborhood. So we ask you not to allow this redesignation and ask the bold architecture to go back and actually do meaningful community engagement. And my time is up. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Let's go to Julie Houston, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gondek, pardon me. I'm very, very nervous. I've never done this before, and councillors.
Be nervous, just take your time.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about my passion for historic Inglewood and affordable housing. Before I begin, I'd like to disclose that I am on the Inglewood Community Association board, but I am not representing the board in any way here. I'm here as a neighbor who loves our little neighborhood, a town inside of the city. Inglewood stands as a living testament to the rich history of Calgary, embodying every generation and era of our city, from original homes and businesses dating back to the 1900s to modern homes and shops befitting a world-class city. Inglewood captures the essence of continuity and progress. Our community has long embraced change and growth, but in a manner that is respectful, measured, and deeply mindful of preserving the heritage that defines us. Unfortunately, what is being proposed today fails to meet these standards. It disregards the essence of this historic neighborhood and risks eroding the charm that has drawn residents and visitors for well over a century. As my partner and I were becoming empty nesters, we made a conscious decision to move from the suburbs to the inner city, downsizing our home and reducing to a single car. We considered many neighborhoods, such as Bridgeland, Kensington, and others, yet Inglewood kept calling us back with its history and charm. Actually, one of the houses up here is mine, and I just fell in love with it the second I saw it. Sorry, I should have. Okay. So the small town feel within a larger city. Living here has been transformative. It's a place where neighbors knock on your door for a bucket of water to clean a spill they made on your sidewalk. That's a true story. A rare connection in today's urban environment. But this unique character is increasingly at risk. Large multi-residential developments and stark modern designs are slowly chipping away at the historical essence of Calgary's first neighborhood. Inglewood deserves to remain a place where history comes alive and a place where all Calgarians, past, present, and future, can connect with our shared heritage. We're being told that this project is proposed in the spirit of providing affordable housing solutions at a time when it is needed most. As such, we're being told that heritage and history should be sacrificed for this goal. Unfortunately, these projects, while dense, are only appearing to prioritize the financial gain of the developers, as these homes would not be considered affordable for those in the most need under the City of Calgary / Calgary housing guidelines. So really only those with solid financial means would still be able to live in this city. This isn't actual affordable housing for the people that need it. It just makes it more affordable for young professionals, but that's not the goal here, from what I understand. I'm an advocate for true affordable housing. It is necessary for a thriving, sustainable city and for lifting up our neighbors who are struggling. Let me be clear, I'm not against growth or density. However, growth can and should be achieved in a way that respects our heritage while moving toward the future. Beautiful examples already exist within the community. Like we have traditional style brick row houses and newer homes that embrace the neighborhood's charm. And those are the newer buildings, and one of them actually has a garage suite in the back, which I would love to do, but I don't have a big enough lot. So can we aim for more of this balance? I would like to suggest that we start looking toward the Calgary housing model of mixed income in one place. There is market, near market, and subsidized. And I believe this is the best model for all affordable housing. It removes stigma and helps people to fully embrace the community around them. Turning back to character, in some neighborhoods, architectural controls like guidelines on finishes, styles, colors, and landscaping help maintain the integrity of their communities. Perhaps something similar could come for our neighborhood to, that developers could follow to honor our historical, our historical neighborhood. Inglewood is more than just a neighborhood. It's a living piece of Calgary's history. Let's not lose sight of what makes it special. Together, we can embrace change without sacrificing the charm, character, and heritage that makes Inglewood truly unique. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm looking through the queue, and I don't see any questions for this panel, so thanks so much for taking the time to join us today. We will go to the next panel. Do we have Andrew Roberts? Do we have Jessica Stolberg?
Can you hear me?
Oh, sorry. Hi, who's this?
Yeah, this is Andre Roberts.
Perfect. Do we have Jessica Stolbert?
Yeah, on the phone.
Perfect. How about Laura Halverson?
Yes.
Great. Do we have Darren Polanski? Great. And do we have Dean Simons?
Yes, we do. It's on the phone.
Okay, perfect. Let's start with Ms. Roberts, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor Gondak and the council. My name is Andre Roberts. I'm a licensed commercial real estate professional with Jarrah Mercantile Real Estate Advisors here in Calgary, specializing in inner city retail development. In regards to this proposal, I would like to show my enthusiastic support. As a resident of Calgary, and no, I'm not a resident of Inglewood, but I do currently live in Altadore. I do enjoy the benefits of bustling amenities, a sense of community that comes with innovative development and inner city density. I do also spend a lot of time in Inglewood, visiting the breweries, the local shops, the independent restaurants. I've lived abroad for about 10 years of my life and really value those types of inner city neighborhoods, so I do frequent Inglewood a lot. I also have many friends in that neighborhood. I've taken my kids to Nellie Breen Park since they were toddlers. It's great to see bustling kids at that park, as well as the natural, beautiful pathway system that we enjoy as Calgarians. And developments such as that proposed by Bold and XYC Design enrich these communities that they're in and enhance the living experiences of the residents. As a professional in the commercial real estate industry in Calgary, I believe that adding more population to the community of Inglewood only stands to broaden the retail landscape of the area, provide more incentive for business owners and residents to invest in these communities. Simply put, more customers for small business owners in Inglewood creates positive economic growth and opportunity. Inglewood is a vibrant community that deserves innovative housing solutions and an increase in population density. A lot of the opposition I've heard today seems to me to come down to a preference in style and taste. So what defines character, beauty, and heritage is personal. I know that Kayla lives right in that community, so why is her definition of beauty and character being disregarded by some of those in opposition to this land use change? That's all for me, and I thank everyone for their time, and I hope that you do pass this motion.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Just hang on in the line in case we have any questions for you. Let's go to Jessica Stolbert, please.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Jessica Stolbert, and I'd like to express my support for the proposed land use amendment at 45 New Street Southeast. I'm a young professional and was lucky enough to purchase a house before prices escalated. My husband and I were previously living in a condo downtown, but we needed more space as we were planning to start a family. We were unable to afford to stay in the inner city and would have loved to have more housing choices in a neighborhood like Inglewood so we could stay close to downtown where we both work. Now, we have to commute every day, which adds time and cost to our work days. It also means that we're more reliant on our car for everyday needs such as groceries and appointments. If we were currently looking for our first home, as many people now are, we would be forced to look even further into the city's sprawling outskirts, where transportation and community amenities are often scarce. All Calgarians deserve more housing opportunities in their desired neighborhoods so they can experience the lifestyles they want, rather than being reserved for the most economically fortunate. People argue that developments like the one proposed won't make an impact on our housing affordability, but every addition of gentle density housing in these inner city communities helps a new group of Calgarians fulfill their housing needs in walkable, amenity-rich locations that would otherwise be unattainable for them. Gently increasing density is a way to avoid high-rise developments, and in most cases, this is more desirable for an established community. The proposed development site presents a unique opportunity to provide additional density in an established inner-city community during a time where more housing is essential to address Calgary's housing crisis. While the blanket rezoning to RCG on the site is a step in the right direction, the unique size, shape, and double frontage of the site provides a perfect foundation for an HGO development, which would enable flexibility for thoughtful building design, aligning closely with the city's housing goals while maintaining a gentle density approach that will ensure the surrounding neighborhood and its residents are respected. The total number of permitted suites won't be increased with HGO zoning, but the potential for high-quality building design will be. The proximity of 45 New Street to 9th Ave in Inglewood means that it's located within Calgary's Main Streets area. As such, this zone should be targeted for greater density due to nearby public transportation, retail, and other amenities as per Calgary's Main Streets guidelines. Promoting a variety of housing typologies in this area, as with any inner city or suburban neighborhood, ensures more Calgarians can have their needs met without having to relocate as the city evolves and becomes more unaffordable. This is critical to maintain thriving communities and businesses, especially in the inner city. Please vote to approve the land use amendment for 45 New Street Southeast to demonstrate commitment to your own goals, policies, and guidelines as a city, as well as to Calgarians who deserve a future with quality housing choices and affordability in vibrant, diverse communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Please stay on the line. Let's go to Laura Halverson, please.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor and Councillors. I'm so appreciative of the opportunity to speak today. My name is Laura Halverson, and I've been a community resident for about 10 years, and I live in Inglewood with my 2 young daughters, and we're a few blocks from this project's location. We feel so lucky to live in a vibrant, diverse, walkable neighborhood, and we have deep ties with community members and families that live here. My family plays, shops, dines, wheels, walks our dog, and participate in many community events in the neighborhood. And my daughters go to school and daycare here. I like how another resident today referred to Inglewood as a town inside of the city. I very much feel that way too. I hope we can always live here, but that is becoming increasingly challenging given the limited supply of housing, particularly in the affordable and missing middle categories. I'm firmly in support of this land use redesignation, understanding that it will add much needed density to our inner city neighborhood. This development's design is world-class, practical, and can serve as a model for other lots of similar size to add much needed housing units in a scalable and contextually appropriate way. Given the housing crisis that we face in the city, having affordable units in a location that provides access to resources, transit, as well as beautiful neighborhood amenities is an incredibly important offering. As are the market units, providing more inventory in the missing middle category, that is even more scarce in our neighborhood. You know, I've heard many comments, including today, that residents support more density and affordability, but, quote, just not like this. You know, we often talk about character in Inglewood, and we all have kind of, you know, different interpretations, rather, of that word. But a commonly held belief that I know that and those that do oppose the development share is that the character and strength of our community is the diversity of its people. And if we continue to only support single-family or duplex-style housing that a small minority of the population can afford, then the families, the seniors, the artists, and community builders that created and maintain what Inglewood is will no longer be able to live here. My family risks having to leave the neighborhood as well. A development like this provides access to families and children in need of secure housing. It provides options for seniors to age in place in this walkable neighborhood, and opportunities for those looking to invest and participate in Inglewood's community that would never be able to afford a single-family home here. And contextually speaking, this neighborhood is what it is because it's not cookie-cutter, and that notion must apply to density of development as much as it does to architectural style. And recognizing that today's discussion is about land use redesignation, I also wanted to know, still, that I live across the street from another housing development by Bold, and it's stunning. It's incredibly well designed and built, and it includes a laneway suite on top of the garage. It doesn't look like every other house on my street, just like the other houses on my street don't look like one another. The same can be said for New Street. There's new builds, some more modern looking, already on New Street, both on the same side and across the street from the proposed development. The context is a beautifully designed home that added invisible density in an intelligent way, and it's reflective of the project work in Bold and XYC's portfolios. So for me, extending this work further out into the community would be a positive step for our neighborhood's diversity, equity, as well as environmental stewardship. And I intend to continue supporting this project, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
My name is Darren Polanski. I'm a registered architect that's been practicing. Oh yes, thanks, I have a presentation. Thought I'd take a lighthearted approach and use a meme to illustrate some points I'm making today. I'm Darren Polanski. I'm a registered architect that's been practicing in Calgary for about 16 years. Over these years, I've had the privilege to work on a number of projects in Inglewood. I'm voicing my support for the proposed land use redesignation at 45 New Street. This rezoning is a chance to ensure smart, efficient design on a unique parcel using our newly approved zoning bylaws. 45 New Street is ideally suited for HGO. It is almost double the length of an average lot, and it has access to 2 streets, providing double frontage. This oversized lot has the potential to provide more quality homes for Calgarians while reinforcing the unique qualities of the Inglewood neighborhood. Rezoning to HGO will enable a greater variety of built forms, allowing the architect to create a design that better responds to the unique context of the site. RCG does work well for standard infill-size lots with predictable design outcomes, like the previous caller mentioned, a cookie-cutter approach. As it's been crafted in regards to a typical infill form of such as row housing with secondary suites. HGO allows for dwelling units to take on whatever form is best suited for the site, which offers flexibility in its built form. Flexibility in built form would allow the preservation of the parcel's mature trees and incorporate diverse architectural elements such as front stoops and porches, various types of courtyard conditions, and a massing that can be full of variety. This variety of built form is what I currently see in Inglewood. It is a neighborhood full of different people and characters. We can see this variety when we walk down the streets. Some houses have triangle-shaped windows, others have highly ornamental porches, while others have more modern elements, flat roofs, pitched roofs, and some even have steering wheels from boats attached to their homes. HGO's flexibility allows for variety in the built form. It utilizes the site to its highest and best use and allows a development that reflects Inglewood's diversity. Although there might be some apprehension as from what we've heard today, but really this proposal isn't asking anything beyond what it's currently zoned as RCG. It's not asking for increased density beyond RCG. It's meeting RCG's parking requirements and meets the maximum height of an RCG district. It is therefore maintaining the density in the neighborhood, which is one of the unique characteristics of what makes Inglewood a great inner city neighborhood. Now, affordability. Affordability means something different to everyone. This project was designed to accommodate a number of units that meet CMHC's definition of affordability, which is that rent is aligned to 30% of Calgary's median renter income. As Calgary grows, we need to embrace projects that offer diverse housing options. This proposal opens the door to homes for individuals and families who may not want single-family houses, giving them the access to the vibrant community of Inglewood. Increasing housing supply in areas already served by transit and amenities makes sense for both affordability, sustainability, and quality of life. I hope Council will approve this rezoning and commit to forward-thinking, inclusive urban planning principles such as this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Dean Simons, please.
Hi there. Thank you for having me. You'll have to excuse me. I'm driving, so can't see my notes. So if I pause occasionally, I apologize. I've been a resident of Calgary for 20 years. I've been in the Inglewood, Ramsey area for 10 years. I'm also a business owner. My partner and I have businesses in town, one of which was a business on 9th Avenue named Gorilla Will that was there for 4 years. That was actually designed by Kayla Ann Bold. I don't think I'm very much in favor of this new project. I don't think there's anyone that you could meet that owns a business on the high street there that wouldn't say that they could be busier. And just the fact that higher density is not whether it's going to happen, it's how it's going to happen. I think we're very lucky to have a developer is talented and that cares as much as Kayla does, that also lives in the area, willing to invest in the area. It doesn't take much to see some other developments that maybe were not as well thought out or as beautiful. Though I realize that there is, of course, the need for housing for the lower income. Housing for young professionals is also very much needed. The higher density we have of people with some disposable income, in order to keep our high street vibrant and as diverse as it is. I think we have one of the most interesting high streets in town. Again, I apologize, I don't have my notes, I'm driving, but basically I'm very much in favor. I think that we are, again, very lucky to have a local, talented and conscientious developer wishing to develop in the community. And development will be happening one way or the other, no matter whether we want it to or not. And I think we should always try and err on this kind of development over the larger developers that are not invested in the community. And thank you very much for giving me the time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I am not seeing any questions for this panel, so thank you all for taking the time to join us today. So I will go to the next panel. This is panel number 4. Do we have Molly McDougall? We do? Okay. Do we have Robin Baxter? Okay. How about Bruce Byford?
Yes, I'm on the phone.
Perfect. And do we have Tandon Naylor?
Yes, I'm on the phone.
Perfect. Okay, let's kick things off with Ms. McDougall.
Okay, 1 minute here. Oopsie. Let's make sure I get my stuff. Okay, I think I have also some slides here. Okay. Are my slides up? Okay, thank you very much. Good day, Council. My name is Molly McDougall, and I'm directly adjacent to this property proposed development at 46 St. Monica Avenue. I shall be addressing 3 items: community engagement, traffic safety, especially with respect to pedestrians and visibility, and fire safety. In a development of this magnitude, the city requires the developer consult the neighbors directly affected by the proposed development. My house is adjacent to the proposed building facing St. Monica Avenue, directly adjacent. When the development was first proposed, the developers did not speak to me about it, despite chatting throughout the summer and fall to the architect's husband. No notice that they were developing anything. I received a postcard in my mailbox the day prior to the original deadline for submissions to the Development Appeal Board. At best, this is notification, not consultation. The developer indicated they had written approval from neighbors for the development, citing the owners of the adjacent properties on New Street only. This is not consultation with neighbors directly affected. It is misdirection by omission. The developers are sophisticated people. They cannot argue accidental oversight. And in fact, this whole issue of consultation with people affected, it's been extremely spotty, as people have pointed out. Okay, so with respect to safety issues, in particular pedestrian safety, as everybody has thus far noted, this development is opposite Nellie Breen Park, opposite and crosses the driveway, and other stuff is directly adjacent to the pathways and the sidewalk to Nellie Breen. Okay, the sidewalk and pathway are heavily used, especially in summer, by families, dog walkers, and the elderly. Vehicles will be turning into the alley, driveway, 14th Street, and St. Monica. Visibility is sometimes highly compromised. Okay, so what I'd like to do is go to the next slide, which basically just shows where, okay, that's what I'm addressing. Next slide, please. Okay, so you can see this one here, and it just shows where things are in general on the property. And the next slide is just basically a schematic. Okay, one more. Oh, no, one more again, yes. So here you see the property outlined, and there's also in gray, part of that is public property fronting there quite deep into the proposed development area. My property on this is to the right lower on St. Monica. Opposite this, but incorrectly labeled, is Nellie Breen Park. And there's a sidewalk that goes in front, and there's also a power cable and various other things, and a fire hydrant itself. So there's a lot of stuff happening in front of this situation here. So visibility is sometimes highly compromised running along there. They'll be entering up on the main entry into this property is along through that gray area into the property. So the compromises in terms of visibility are often at dusk, or when raining, snowing, or when snow is banked up from the road and sidewalk clearing. Additionally, when blue and green bins are lined up for collection, children will be shielded from view. Can we go to the slide previous to this? No, the picture, one down again. One down from this. No, we're going up. Can you go down again? There's pictures of down again, down more. Down more. There we are. Okay. So the picture in the lower left-hand corner, I actually took that picture this morning. You can see the bins are actually lined up touching the sidewalk right in front of that property. And we don't have the ones where you can see, basically it impinges part of the view from both the alley and people exiting or entering that property. The driveway to the property is right behind the last bin over there. And here's the problem. Visibility, if the bins are that close, children run up and down that sidewalk all the time. My neighbor has a 2.5-year-old kid, and they were walking along the sidewalk, and little Josiah saw me and just broke free of his mom. At that age, they're like greased lightning, and ran towards me across that driveway. And he would be completely invisible until they got right to the driveway. This is something that, in terms of looking at how
Ms. McDougall,
yeah?
You're at time.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you. If you want to grab a seat, if there's any questions for you at the end of the panel, I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. How about Robin Baxter?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I had submitted a document during the review period, but found out yesterday that submissions are not distributed to council, which was both disappointing and surprising. So today I represent both myself and a neighbor who's unable to join us, and will be reading some of a letter she has submitted in addition to my own comments. We strongly believe that the allowable density in an HGO district is too high and inappropriate given the context of this lot, which others have already shown, which is situated on a narrow, well-treed residential street with a variety of single and semi-detached homes, including small cottages and bungalows. I would like to point out that while density may be proposed as a goal of this development, there's really no guarantee that the rents charged, what the rents will be charged for this unit. These units, even with the noted CMHC requirements, it means that only 2 to 4 of the units will have to be designated affordable, depending on the level of the support the developer requires, which in reality will most likely be the small 550 square foot basement suites. The applicant for this is a developer to their ability to sell the property and thus remove any affordability restrictions. And as developers, they're not property managers of rental housing. So managing this type of development long-term requires experience and commitment, which it doesn't appear to be part of the business model for this developer. On the topic of availability and affordability in Inglewood, I did some research within the city website, and have found some stats regarding Inglewood. So 44% of residents in Inglewood currently are already renters, which is compared to 31% for all of Calgary. 73% spend less than 30% of their income on housing already, which is an affordability threshold. And additionally, 37% of housing in Inglewood is already apartments, which is higher than the city average of 24%. So we're pretty well covered in terms of diversity and availability, variety of different kinds of housing. And it should be noted, a quick scan of Rent Faster last night shows that there are currently 49 units available for rent in the neighborhood. So we're not suffering availability at the moment. A couple of things just to recap regarding safety and traffic. It is part of the development drawings that show that public property is being proposed to be used exclusively for private use to achieve access to the garages. And the plans cannot be successful without this use. 12 of the 16 units are not visible from the street or the alley, and access to them by emergency services is complicated and through a 4-foot wide corridor along one side of the property, which seems a significant safety concern for property residents and the community, and suggests that further review would be required. We know we are privileged to live in Inglewood, in the village within the city, as others have already described it, where neighbors talk to each other, have sidewalk conversations, and feel safe on the streets. The character of Inglewood is what we all bought into making investments in our homes. I personally have lived in 3 other communities with my long-term plan finally ending up in Inglewood once I afford it. My property is a long investment as well as the home. I'd now like to speak or read some excerpts from my neighbor Monique, who I'm also representing here. So I'm writing an proposed lot change. I have been the owner of 30th Street, 2 houses west of the proposed development since the early 80s, and lived in Ramsey for many years. In 2020, I renovated my original home and am currently renting to a My hope has been to build the back of the property and assume that at some point the city would be in favor of this densification, which it now is. This is obviously a way to make max profits on a profit piece of land that I own, but I am a love of old neighborhoods and a firm believer that creative solutions for densification are without destroying the history of a place. I have seen this done successfully in other sorry, I've just lost my place. Let me get back to it. Densification can be done without sacrificing livability and charm. Calgary seems intent on destroying its older neighborhoods from the inside while ignoring the enormous
Ms. Baxter?
development.
Ms. Baxter,
Yes.
you're at time.
Okay.
Okay, so please hang on the line in case there's questions for you. Just mute yourself and hang on. Let's go to Bruce Byford, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Gondek and councillors. My name is Bruce Byford, and I live on 37 New Street, a few houses down from the proposed development. The first thing I wanted to do was just to clear up a discrepancy in the posted material, specifically around the applicant outreach summary form that was dated October 7th, 24 from Kayla Brown at Bold Architects. Just want to say, first of all, I'm not a spokesperson for YW Calgary, but I was copied on an email from Talia Bell, who's the Chief Programs and People Officer, that was sent to Kayla Brown, and she's given me permission to clear up the discrepancy. So in the outreach summary, it states the following, that on August 15th, they met with Talia Bell, Chief Programs and People Officer from the YW Hub in Inglewood, to share our plans for the project and ask if they wanted to place tenants in our affordable units with residents transitioning out of the YW Calgary domestic violence shelter in Inglewood. She said they would be delighted to place the tenants in the affordable units. So I'm just going to read specifically from an email that went out the other day from Talia to Kayla. The inclusion of my name, role, and perspective on this project was at no time approved by me or anyone at YW Calgary. On September 9th, 2024, I wrote you to inform you that we would not be able to write a letter for this project. Your forecast of affordable rates does not meet our threshold of affordability for our clients, and thus what you have stated is not factual. I ask that you remove YW and my name from any future written and verbal communication about your project. So the outreach summary was dated October 7th. The email that Talia refers to was dated September 9th, which was well in advance of the summary document being prepared. In terms of why this was not reflected in the summary, I can't answer that question. But I do have a comment related to that, and I think it was alluded to by someone else, wondering whether the owners have any experience managing multi-unit residential rental properties or affordable housing, and if they don't, are they bringing in expertise to deal with this? It doesn't seem to be something that's addressed in the materials. Second thing I wanted to talk about was just to reiterate some of the previous comments. There's been lots of letters and feedback on this development, and I really encourage council to sift through some of these to figure out what feedback is coming from those who are directly impacted by the development, i.e. the residents of New Street and St. Monica. The residents are overwhelmingly against this development, and as is the community association, which is, someone spoke on that earlier. You only need to walk down the streets, and you've seen pictures of it, to see the signs in the windows. Those that are in support of this project that live on the street are either the developers or the architects, and they may be looking to redevelop their own property or renting their property and maybe redeveloping in the future. So I say this just to ask council to listen to the residents who live on New Street and St. Monica. Some personal notes about myself and my spouse, my wife. We live 3 houses down from 45 New Street to the west. We moved in a week before the development was posted, so you can imagine the shock we had when we heard that. In terms of why we purchased the home, obviously, as everyone said, Inglewood's an amazing community with great character. The home we have is beautifully designed to fit the character of New Street, and it was actually, there was a picture of it used as an example. There's the backyard, there's the greenery, there's the trees, there's some degree of privacy, there's access to trails, all the things that attract people to Inglewood. 45 New Street is 3 doors down to the east, as I mentioned. The doors and the patios that are referenced are not on the front of the property, they're down the side. So effectively, you've got 3 or 4 units looking over the backyards of the properties, and it's not at all in the character with the neighborhood of entrances on the side of houses in the middle of the street. And there's a complete loss of privacy for the people who are close to that development. In terms of protection of trees, I have my doubts. Trees that are mature need roots, and I can't imagine that with the level of construction that's going on that they won't be damaged during construction. 2 doors down from us, next door to 45, is another outstanding development. We don't know anything about the particulars of that project. On the neighbor to the west, to the other side of our house, had a development permit recently approved, which will result in basically a 2-story wall along the right side of our property, and the removal of 13 mature trees to do that, and I actually did count them. This leaves the neighbor directly to my east and our east, and we're effectively at their mercy. 45
Mr.
New
Byford,
Street.
Mr. Byford, you're just at time.
Oh, darn. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just hang on the line in case there's any questions for you. Let's go to Tandon Naylor, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, Council. My name is Tandon Naylor. I am a neighbor of 45 New Street. I am to the east of the property, and I'm strongly opposed to the request. This is a residential community that has no rear lane for the majority of my neighbors and myself. That's why we rely on the limited available parking in front of our houses. There is no opportunity for me to build a garage for additional parking for my growing family. I say it again, I'm limited to the one spot in front of my house and the one in my driveway. And that same goes for the 6 neighbors to the left of the proposed building. So when you're looking from the street to the left of it. Thus, we are currently have difficulty parking in front of our houses. Now we want to add 15 more units to our street. Imagine I can't park in front of my house when we have community events, or if my neighbor has their parents over, or anybody is just in the neighborhood. We love our neighborhood, but we also need parking for our families. Can you imagine what's going to happen when this apartment building is full? I understand it's beautiful architecture, but that doesn't have anything to do with our current living situation for all the current residents. They can build this building anywhere, but we're affecting the families that live here. I currently have a 1-month-old. I imagine you counselors to imagine coming to park in front of your house and someone else is parked there. That leaves my wife carrying our stroller, a 1-month-old daughter, and all her life a block away. And that is before we add an apartment building with 15 units. There are multiple houses on our street that have multi-million-dollar price tags on them. And now we're trying to say that we need affordability on every street in this city. It doesn't make sense. This building is not a reasonable request. Please do not accept the land use changes. Consider if you're yourself a new family and you buy a house for that family to grow into, and then you realize the city wants to build a 15-unit apartment building right down the street, and then also increase your taxes, but giving away your parking. That's all. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll go to questions of this panel. We have a question from Councillor Thaliwal.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is Ms. McDougall, right?
Yes.
Just one simple question. You said you live adjacent to the property?
Yes, I do.
Okay. One of the previous speaker had mentioned that when they tried to reach out to the applicant had mentioned that they have already talked to 2 adjacent neighbors. Were you one of them?
No, I wasn't. I'm on St. Monica. They had talked to the people on New Street. And so the implication was they talked to all the neighbors because the application references New Street, but it goes all the way to St. Monica, and I am clearly directly impacted.
Okay. Was there anything offered to you, like a virtual town hall, in-person town hall, or not town hall, session for discussion or anything? Or?
No, there was not.
Okay, great. That's it for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot.
Thank you. My question is for Mr. Byford, if you're still on the line.
I am.
Thank you. You mentioned you just moved into the community, and there was a number of recently approved land uses, some of which are directly adjacent to you. But you stated objections to this particular development, and I'm just curious how you viewed this one as negatively impacting you, as opposed to some of the others proposed developments that are, I guess, in closer proximity to you.
Yeah, I actually stated objections to the other one that was right next door to us as well, but that got approved.
Right.
This one in particular, it's the magnitude of it in that, there's a continuum of density that you can strive for from 1 unit to 16 units. I think 16 is extreme. Something in between the two would be reasonable from in terms of the impact on the community. And so it's just, I find it, yeah, it's just the extreme nature of the development. It's also, I didn't get a chance to get to, it's going to have a cascade effect. And the next door neighbors got a development permit in, and that leaves one house between me and that. And, basically at the mercy of that. But, if everything goes through, I end up with a house, an infill lot, newly built, surrounded by walls, basically.
So Mr. Byford, here's my challenge with this, and some of the submissions I've heard today. And then this will lead to a question, if you'll just bear with me for a moment.
Sure.
Is that based on the blanket zoning that council has approved, whether I agree with it or not is irrelevant, because it is what it is. What's before us is based on current regulations, and the current regulation says they are by right allowed to build 8 units with secondary suites, so 16 units, which is the same as what we have here now. But the build form is restricted under our CG and could result in a more egregious development than what's being proposed. So here's why I'm trying to rationalize all of this is, which would you prefer? What's allowed or what they're applying for?
I don't have enough detail to answer that question because they haven't proposed anything under the other category. So all I've seen is the plans that are posted at this point, and to me, it's not. I mean, it felt personal, but I don't find it to be in character with the neighborhood.
Okay, no, that's fair. Thank you. That's all the questions I had for you. If I may go to, I think it was Ms. McDougall that's right next door. Yes, thank you. So you cited safety as one of the concerns.
Yes.
Safety as insofar as the driveways, is that the main concern there?
Well, there's also an issue with respect to fire. They have a bike storage area. There will be electrical bikes there. There's no firewall indicated in the plan. And we do know that these batteries are fairly prone to ignition with hot, toxic fires. And they're not having a whole lot of parking for vehicles, so there will be people using bicycles.
But the bylaw does allow that. What they're looking to provide on site does meet the bylaw requirements, right?
Okay. Yeah, well, I guess, and the other thing, of course, though, is visibility. And one of the things is that there's actually a fairly wide amount of, as Robin Baxter referred to, there's a fairly wide piece of public land that they have to cross over to get into the property. However, the original plans looked as though they were basically incorporating it into the access to the garages. Now, if that is bollarded off and you don't have obscuring of the sidewalks by the bins, then there'll be fewer issues. But this is actually a very tricky intersection. You've got the alley coming down. You've got the driveway going into this property coming off the alley and off of the corner of New Street and St. Monica. So there is a lot of traffic here that will be coming through that wasn't coming in before. Yeah, and this is, like I say, highly used. I mean, I've seen kids go whizzing down. My neighbor 4 doors down, they've got 2 boys who commonly run down that sidewalk, not just a 2.5-year-old, but 10-year-olds.
And you say you're next door to it, east or west?
I'm on the east side.
East side, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And I think it's really also the fact that they'll be turning. So when you're looking at turning onto traffic, and you also have, like I say, kids and dogs and stuff. I've seen near misses even at low traffic density, and it scares the heck out of me.
And from a built form perspective, did you have any concerns there?
Well, what's interesting about that is that they have changed the design from the initial design, and I only found out about that today. So again, there's not been a whole lot of communication going on. Some of my original concerns have been, I think, somewhat addressed by the fact that they've moved certain things around. But I haven't had a chance to look at this. Yeah, it's been, I think, a significant issue with respect to communicating to people like me who are most directly impacted. And, yeah.
I know it's probably not fair to ask, but do you think this is maybe less bad than what you've seen previously, just based on your...
I would say it's actually, for me, less impactful. I don't think it's any better with respect to traffic. And the other thing is, of course, there will be more parking. And the pathway, people quite often park very close to the intersection, and kids go zipping through there. And, you know, out between vehicles. That's another thing that is a huge safety concern for me. And parents also in the neighborhood are concerned. There have been letters which I don't think have been presented to council because they stopped at the Development Appeal Board about the safety issues with respect to children. So I'm actually talking in part for my neighbors down the way.
Right. We certainly have a lot of submissions in here, and I think I've even heard from some folks that today that did not submit letters in our package, but we certainly do have a lot of letters in our package.
Well, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. No further questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions in the queue, so thank you very much to the members of this panel for your presentations today. We appreciate it. Let's go to the next panel, which is number 5. Do we have Jasmine Pilardi?
Yes, you do.
Thank you. Do we have Lindsay Andreas? Great. Do we have David Farmer? Do we have Adam Casol Buchanan? How about Paul McCloy?
Yeah, it's online.
Okay, perfect. Let's kick things off with Jasmine Pilardi.
Thank you very much, Your Worship and Council, for the time. I'll try to be brief, as many of the points in favor of this redesignation have been communicated by others. As mentioned, my name is Jasmine Pilardi. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, so I'm not representing any organizations or businesses. And while I'm not a resident of Inglewood itself, my children did go to daycare in Inglewood. I have dear friends who are residents and small business weekly, without a doubt, and have been in the past behind some major events and festivals in the neighborhood. It would be at the top of my wish list as a neighborhood to live in if I could. With respect to the land use redesignation, one of the things I'd like to drive home for council, and the reason I'm in favor of this, is because as we look at RCG and then unique opportunities and parcels within the city, specifically in this use case here in Inglewood, the shift from RCG to HGO or HGO offers flexibility in the unit type and configuration. It can optimize that site layout, and to the point of character and design in a unique place like Inglewood, what we can avoid in projects like this, in my mind, is the cookie-cutter nature of many of the gentle density projects that are happening in town, which are really important. But what's also important is the preservation of uniqueness and character in each neighborhood, which I've heard from those who are opposed. The other element in the redesignation allows the parcel of land, which is currently public land, to be used for access and egress into this particular site, which I think would address some of the other concerns that happen when we're looking at density in neighborhoods and gentle density, which is the access of cars and parking. My interpretation of this design, its reason for the redesignation of land use, is that parking is attempting to be thoughtful by these designers and avoiding the use of the street and actually finding ways in and out of the site in creative ways. So all in all, as I mentioned, I'll keep this really brief. I think it's incredibly important that we have thoughtfully designed neighborhood-centric density solutions in Calgary. Inglewood is unique, and I think that this particular design, the reasons for this redesignation, check all the boxes and could in fact be an exemplary project for other more thoughtful developments in neighborhoods like Inglewood and beyond here in Calgary. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Lindsay Andreas, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gondek, City Council, and members of administration. My name is Lindsay Andres. I'm here representing Building Equality in Architecture Calgary, or as we call it, BEA Calgary for short. We are a volunteer-run organization advocating for diverse voices and inclusive design practices in the built environment. I founded the Calgary chapter in 2018 as part of a national collective with chapters in Toronto, Halifax, Winnipeg, and Sudbury. Our belief is simple but profound. When women and underrepresented voices are empowered in design, it elevates architectural practice, improves our built environment, and enhances the human experience. After all, to build cities that truly serve their communities, they need to be shaped by the people who live in them, reflecting the rich diversity of those who call them home. Kayla Brown and Kate McGregor have volunteered with BEA Calgary for over 7 years, organizing impactful events such as panel discussions, networking events, and mentorship sessions. Their efforts have empowered women in design and championed inclusive practices. Their dedication underscores our shared commitment to building strong communities and improving Calgary's built environment. On behalf of BEA Calgary, I'm here to voice our strong support for the proposed land use amendment and road closure at 45 New Street. This land use and subsequent project exemplifies the type of thoughtful, inclusive design that Calgary needs to move forward, balancing affordability and design excellence to meet the growing demands of our city. And I think a lot of these points have been brought up already, but the proposed rezoning from RCG to HGO, it presents a unique opportunity to address our housing challenges. It allows for the greater flexibility in unit types and more flexibility in the site layout. And the zoning shift optimizes an otherwise underutilized site to meet the rising demand for diverse housing options. It supports the creation of sustainable, accessible communities, especially in well-connected neighborhoods like Inglewood, where transit and amenities already exist to support that growth. Expanding housing options in Inglewood along its Main Street corridor will not only alleviate the housing crisis, but also support the thriving local economy. More residents in the area will increase demand for small businesses, create more dynamic community, and contribute to Inglewood's energy as an inner city hub. With a gentle density approach, it respects Inglewood's character, and with the inclusion of CMHC affordable units, aspires to keep the neighborhood attainable to residents of all income levels, backgrounds, and circumstances. In supporting this proposal, we're advocating for thoughtful, high-quality design that benefits all of us. This isn't just about adding more housing. It's about building vibrant, diverse communities that reflect who we are and where we're headed as a city. And I just want to add it on a personal note because it's been brought up before. I do not live in Inglewood, but I have worked on and in Inglewood. I've worked on projects in Inglewood, a multifamily project called Avalee on 9th Avenue. Worked 5 years on the Green Line. And in 2023, I signed an office lease on 9th Avenue for Indigenous-owned firm that I was working with. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Do we have David Farmer?
Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm appearing here today to voice my support for the application that is before you. By way of introduction, I'm a resident of Ramsey. And for those of you that kind of are familiar with Ramsey and Inglewood, separate communities, but with a blurred line. Those of us in Ramsey, we workshop, live, and play in Inglewood in many respects because we can't in Ramsey. So it's historically the two communities are intertwined. It's difficult kind of coming up here at this time because there have been so many people that have spoken before me, and I'm hesitant to go where they have gone before. But I do think it's important to reiterate some of those comments. And I recognize for councillors it may seem to be a bit dry to listen to the same points being made over and over again. But there's value in that because it hits home how important some of these goals and these aspirations and the concepts that people are talking about, how important they are to Inglewood, to communities like Ramsey where I live, and quite frankly to the city as a whole. When I reviewed the application materials, there was one common theme that came to me, and that's about diversity. And I know this is very aspirational, and it's hard to say exactly what diversity is, but I think there are a few things that we can point to here that fulfill kind of the platitudes and fulfill what a concept of diversity may be. One is certainly The emphasis or the focus on affordability enables and facilitates people that otherwise would not have an opportunity to live in a community like Inglewood to have that opportunity. They can be in close proximity to transit, schools, work. They can live in a safe community, and that's something we don't talk about often. Inglewood is a safe community, and there are those that are experiencing housing security issues that may not have that choice. They have to live where they have to live, not where they choose to live. I think there's also an issue about aesthetics, and that's been touched on a couple of times here. Aesthetic diversity. A healthy community, like an ecosystem, requires a certain amount of regeneration. And here we have a case where we've got barren, unused land and an opportunity for it to be repurposed and re-energized. That's what communities need. We need something new to come in. We need new concepts, new ideas, new aesthetics. And when it's done well, well-designed homes create well-designed communities. And I think it's important to recognize these are complex issues, but they're required in order for communities to thrive and to survive. I would also say there is, or at least lifestyle diversity can be facilitated with a project like this. And that goes to, again, the diversity that comes with people that otherwise would not be able to afford to live in a community like Inglewood. They may have access to transit options, easy access to arts and culture, education, employment opportunities are more accessible when you live centrally. There's a reduced carbon footprint because you can ride your bike, you can walk. There's easy access to green space, and there's the opportunity to support local, independent, and unique businesses. Lastly, demographic diversity. Healthy communities thrive on variety in their population. Different people from different backgrounds inject freshness into a community. New ideas, new approaches lead to that regeneration that I was referring to earlier. In my view, as a layperson, the proposed development as an affordable option provides opportunities for young people, older people, and newcomers to reside and participate in a community where otherwise there may not be access for them because of their income. This is an opportunity that should not be lost, but instead captured and appreciated. Those are my comments. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's go to Adam Casole-Buchanan.
Hello, Mayor and fellow councillors. Excuse me if I depart from decorum. This is my first time doing this. I've heard a lot of talk today about infrastructure arguments and community arguments. And as no expert in those, I can really only speak from personal experience. I'm a international remote worker who is currently renting in Inglewood. I've been an Inglewood resident for about 2.5 years. And over the next couple of years, I'd like to buy property in Inglewood. Inglewood's unique. It's a destination and origin kind of neighborhood, similar to Myland in Montreal, Schöneberg in Berlin, even Parkdale in Toronto. Also, destination origin neighborhoods I've lived in throughout my career. For me, personally, I'm looking to live in a place where I can continue shopping at Lena's, get my beer at Cold Garden, play pool at the Dirty Duck, I guess, go to my local RMT, shop at my local knick-knack store, or Recess for my stationery. And the only barrier to me staying in Inglewood is realistically setting up roots, buying property in Inglewood. And a recipe for me being able to do that with my income is more, I guess, gentle density, if not mid-density, so that I can afford to live in the place that I love to work, stay, and participate in the community. That allows me to do things like give a talk at the YWCA on January 27th to support my community, to participate in ICA meetings as an ICA member in good standing. I have to add that. So I think the natural push against these kinds of developments is it's very common, and I think those are respectful arguments. But I think the economic ambitions of any neighborhood or any community are met with seeing where residential innovation is. And frankly, I think this is how you get more people that might look like me. I might not be representative of the entire demographic, but I am who's going to want to move in Inglewood. I don't own a car, I own a bike without a battery. I, commute downtown when I need to, and I go to coffee with my colleagues at Analog or Neighbor, will change very soon, but I'm your hyper-connected local community, international remote worker, or even local worker, and I'm looking for a place to buy and set up roots. So when it comes to an opportunity to see a development that is going to give me something that I can afford and stay in the neighborhood, I gotta say, I fight tooth and nail for it. This could be the next phase of Inglewood, the next phase of the community, and really how the community can grow, especially with the immense amount of consultation that's going through this development. I find pretty impressive. So that's really all I have to say. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask me. But thank you. That's my time.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's go to Paul McCloy.
Good afternoon, councillors and mayor. My name is Paul McCloy, and I'm speaking as a citizen in support of this application. I am not a resident of Inglewood, but I am a proud fifth-generation Calgarian. My family witnessed dramatic change in the city since my great-great-grandfather William Nimmons settled in 1890. My point being that I suggest we must remain flexible and innovative as we grow as a city. This application is a perfect example of private development working with the city to drive progress and innovation. I'm in support of this application for many of the reasons that have been previously shared. We have a desperate need for additional affordable housing in the city. Increased density allows for growth using existing infrastructure. In my view, the key issue at hand is that this is a unique parcel and is a perfect example of the city administration having an opportunity to be creative and flexible to enable development of densified housing. There's a reality of progress. My great-great-grandfather's ranch is now Bankview and Nob Hill. Densification is not new. Densification has been going on through land use change for the over 125 years since my great-great-grandfather settled. I hope we can continue to do so with thoughtful development like this. Secondly, I'm also a senior partner at Taurus Property Group and specialize in retail leasing and mixed-use development on behalf of landlords. I'd like to share my perspective with 25 years of retail leasing and mixed-use development expertise. I'm a firm believer that increased density leads to more vibrant retail environments. This is a result of providing housing for staff, but even more importantly, bringing more customers in a close proximity and even a walking proximity to retail shops. Retail environments such as Inglewood are treasures for Calgarians. Keeping this area vibrant benefits us as citizens. In closing, this applicant is exactly the type of developer the city should be working with. They are proposing density in a thoughtful, caring, and creative way. I believe a city is a breathing organism. Diversity of built form and density is part of the evolution of the civic fabric. I encourage council to approve the application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm just looking to see if there's any questions of this panel, and I don't see any, so thank you all for taking the time to join us today. I'm going to go to the next panel. Do we have Hayden Patullo?
Yes, I am here.
Thank you.
On the phone.
Do we have Garrett Martin?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Natasha Levinsky?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. What about Eleanor Stenroos? Okay, and do we have Ian McGregor? Perfect. Let's start with Hayden Patullo, please.
Thank you. Really love all the discussion today. I think that we've really run the gamut of lots of different topics, both directly relating to the land use change and sort of tangential, whether it be issues of design and aesthetics, issues of issues of public engagement that have come up as well, and lots of other things that I think people are really passionate about and are really important. But for my first point, I wanted to bring it back to just a concise sort of summary from my end, being someone that works in Inglewood and that works in the architectural industry, that just looking at this purely from a land use perspective, is it appropriate in scale and in density for that area? In my opinion, yes. Is it appropriate given the amount of precedent sort of in that area? I would say yes. And then given the municipal development plan, given that it's classified as a transit-oriented development, proximal to Inglewood Main Street and in an inner-city neighborhood, and I would say also in that point, yes. So just at a really concise level to bring it back to the land use and what we're really considering today and sort of block out some of the externalities, I think it is an appropriate use of the land and an appropriate change. But in addition to this, I also wanted just on sort of a personally reflective level about the really good discussion today that there's sort of a sense of inevitability with some of the discussion that, you know, eventually every sort of inner city neighborhood is going to become like inappropriately over dense high rises and things like that. And I don't personally believe that that's kind of the ultimate most productive model for urban development, or that's kind of what's going to happen with this. But I do believe that precedent has been raised many times as a really important issue, and that in, you know, engaging with projects like this, making sure that they're led by the right people that are sort of have actual professional stake in it, in design and things like that, rather than purely from a profit level, making sure those are the people leading these projects, and ultimately that we are setting good precedent for the future of densification so that we can balance both our needs of a growing city, a densified tax base to support infrastructure and communities, schools, things like that, but also the sort of, as people have touched on, sensitivity of neighborhoods in a aesthetic sense, in a historic preservation sense, in a social sense as well. So, you know, I think the discussion's been great, and it's great to see so many people are passionate about that. And I have full faith that, you know, moving into a development permit phase and discussions and consultation around that it will come through in the ultimate design of the project and be something that everybody, you know, hopefully feels like they had input on and can set a really strong precedent in the future to show that there is alternative methods of densification that are architecturally and socially and economically sensitive. So that's me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Garrett Martin, please.
Hi. Let me just start off by saying that I think I accidentally signed up to speak twice, once in a later panel, so if you see my name come up again, please ignore it. My name is Garrett Martin. I'm a young chef, restaurateur, and entrepreneur in the city. I live in Inglewood, although I'm not on New Street. I am in support of this new build. I moved to Inglewood over 4 years ago, and while I would occasionally frequent the neighborhood and the shops beforehand, I became much more of a regular customer to some of my favorite local restaurants like Ari Sushi and Rain Dog Bar after I moved here. I always felt like there was something special about Inglewood. I've worn my neighborhood as a badge of pride, and I've always been excited to show it off to whoever was coming to my area to visit. I've been working on launching my own restaurant as a small business owner. I don't have any large corporate backing, family money, no lottery winnings, nothing like that. I'm just a small business owner, a young, passionate chef with what I hope is a great restaurant on the way that will benefit the city, but specifically the neighborhood that it lands in. And when I began working on finding my space, my friends and ex-colleagues who knew my love of Inglewood would often ask me where in Inglewood I was going to open up. When an existing restaurant would go out of business or a lease would go up, I would get nudges from my friends asking if I was taking the old space from this restaurant. Unfortunately, I would have the same answer almost every time, and I would just say I wouldn't open up in Inglewood. I think it's too tough. It's a beautiful neighborhood, and I would love to serve my community and be a part of its identity, but I just don't think it's viable because Inglewood only seems to be busy on Saturday and Sunday afternoons. It's surrounded by a river to the north, rail yard to the south, and a highway to the east. It's too small, and there aren't enough people coming to the area from the outside, and there aren't enough people in the inside to make small businesses flourish. I believe it's unsustainable. So, unfortunately, I signed a lease outside of Inglewood because I didn't feel like we could survive in the community. Commercial landlords on 9th Avenue, I believe, kind of exploit the historic aspect of the neighborhood to the renters, charging premium rates that many small restaurants and other businesses can't afford. Changing the landscape of what should be one of the most exciting areas in the city to shop and dine. A neighborhood full of chain businesses sucks all the life out of the area, in my opinion. and my concern is that Inglewood is heading to a place similar because of its lack of density. That's why I'm in support of this project and projects like it, where tasteful architecture is incorporated to ensure that communities can grow in density, support more citizens, and become less exclusive, not just allowing the community landscape to change, which I believe is positive, but allowing for small businesses to flourish the way that it should. I think Kayla takes a lot of pride in her community as well as her work, and I think through her experience and thoughtful vision, this development would graciously bridge the gap between increasing density and maintaining the beautiful aesthetic that Inglewood is known for. I would love to open a business in Inglewood one day, but as it stands today, I would not trust that it's viable with the size of the current community. That's really all I have to say today, but I just wanted to show my support for this development because of those reasons.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and I'll take you off the panel number 7. And I have just a question. Is James Ford here too? Why don't you come on up and join this panel as well? Let's go to Natasha Levinsky.
Hello, everyone, and thank you, members of City Council. I'm speaking today to express my strong support for the proposed land use redesignation. I was a student of Kate and Kayla at the University of Calgary in 2023 and am currently a junior designer at Phase Architecture Studio. I am not a member of the Inglewood community, but I am passionate about this project and gentle density. Developments like this proposal, which seek to add additional housing units on parcels and directly contribute to alleviating Calgary's housing crisis. There is a lack of market affordable housing in the city, and I believe that increasing the availability of homes will help restore affordability and provide more options for residents at various income levels. By increasing density in inner city neighborhoods like Inglewood, developers can contribute to making housing more affordable. Rejecting opportunities to develop new housing perpetuates the rise in living costs and deepens economic divisions. By approving this redesignation, Calgary can lead by example, showing how thoughtful urban planning can mitigate these issues and create more equitable living conditions. This proposal supports the concept of gentle density. A few people have spoken about it today. Inglewood already has many examples of gentle density and missing middle housing. Therefore, this project will seamlessly match the neighborhood. Gentle density helps to avoid the need for high-rise developments in low to mid-density communities, and I believe that inner-city neighborhoods with access to amenities and transit are perfect hubs for gentle density. As a young professional myself who struggled to find housing in the city, I believe that the proposed redesignation will create much-needed housing options for young professionals, students, and families who may not afford or desire traditional single-family homes. We need more diverse housing to ensure a vibrant community that welcomes many different demographics and lifestyles that don't conform to the existing housing typologies. I wholeheartedly support this proposal, and I urge the City Council to approve it. It represents a thoughtful and forward-thinking approach to urban development that will benefit our communities now and into the future. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Eleanor Stenroos, please.
Hello, Mayor Gondek and councillors and staff. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here. I moved to Calgary in 2005, coming from Finland via England. At that time, Inglewood maybe wouldn't have been considered inner city, but it certainly is today. I don't believe in a city that continues to sprawl outwards. We have to have a vibrant center to Calgary, and that means that we have to increase density in places like Inglewood, where entrepreneurs, young professionals, perhaps single parents want to live close to amenities, close to culture, close to art, things that they want to do on the weekend. I don't believe that single professionals would move to Calgary and choose to settle in a suburb that takes them 50 minutes to commute on their foot each way. I have lived in Inglewood and Ramsay since 2007, even though Inglewood was perhaps a bit of an odd choice in 2007. I fell in love with the neighborhood, and I have gone back and forth due to not always being able to find housing that was suitable for me as a single entrepreneur at the time. I always had to live in the east outskirts of Inglewood, on two different occasions, in the north and in the south. And on one occasion, when I was converting my international driver's license, I had to take transit. What was a 12-minute car ride to my then job was a 1 hour, 10-minute transit journey with a walk and a bus change and an additional walk. I would have given anything to have been able to afford to live close to 9th Avenue, where there also were bars, cafes, restaurants, things to do, and ways for me to meet people in the community. As I work in a design profession, I think it is very important to recognize proactive and progressive approaches to change. Change is going to come whether we like it or not. If we always fight it and we just act when there is a dire need, the place, the building, the dwelling will not be well designed. It won't be functional. It won't be thoughtful in the way that I know that Kayla and Kate could handle this development. I feel like we are stuck on the development alone when we should be talking about the land redesignation. I know that Kayla and Kate are going to design something absolutely fantastic, and I have seen it so many times in European cities, international cities, where you have old, beautifully merged together with brand new. I would love to pick up an architectural magazine and see places in Calgary featured. That is going to happen with architects like Kate and Kayla. I know that for a fact. When you look at some of the newer developments that have happened on 9th Avenue in Inglewood, the Irvine building or the building that Rosso Cafe Roasters is in, they are certainly no architectural digest, nor do they in any way tie in with the beautiful heritage that we have in Inglewood. I think that there is a way to preserve the heritage and really take care of the older buildings, the older dwellings, and look after them, but also mindfully plan something that allows for people to live in inner city, commute easily to work, or work from home in a vibrant community where they feel safe. And I know that by reassigning the land use of this lot and having talented and competent architects work on what will be built on it, that we are set up for success. And I am certain that one day I will see one of those buildings in an Architectural Digest magazine. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's go to Ian McGregor.
Hi, I'm Ian. I'm kind of nervous, but I'm going to do my best here. So I wanted to start off saying I speak in favor of this, and I also wanted to thank you for letting me get my 2 bricks back from across the street over there. I like having them. Anyway, by way of background, I'm only a 4th generation Calgarian. My great-grandfather was an early director of the Calgary Zoo and owned a farm near where Spruce Meadows is now. He was an early conservationist and an amateur paleontologist, and he reintroduced pheasants in this part of the world. My grandfather owned a service station across from McDougall School. My mother was a school teacher. My father worked at Barber Machinery on McLeod Trail. And I'm an engineer, and I started off work as a machinist in a double garage I rented up in Northeast Calgary. I've lived in Bowness since 1981. I built my dream home on the river, raised our family there, and my wife and I still live in the house we built ourselves and hope to do so until we conk out. I also own significant investment properties in downtown Calgary, so I'm a decent-sized landlord. I have tried to contribute to the city, so I was a director of NMAX, I was a founding director of CMLC, and I was lucky enough to get a Calgary award from the city a few years ago. So I've spent my life building and dreaming up things and building them and owning them at the end in the energy industry. The Sturgeon Refinery and the Alberta Carbon Trunk Line were 2 of the things I built. When I got finished, we spent about $13 billion out there, and my company owned significant interests in both of them. I'm in favor of this proposal because I think we live in the best place in the world. And one of the reasons it's the best place is because it keeps adapting to the current needs of the citizens, and it doesn't get stuck in the past. Calgary is good at providing opportunities for young people who live here to do new things. Sometimes the rules get in the way of that. And the projects I have done fit in that category. When I started, they weren't accepted by many who wanted to stick with the way it used to be. But fortunately, many saw the future and the need to protect Alberta from outside forces. The Alberta Carbon Trunk Line, which is now the largest project in the world for the sequestration of man-made CO2, had those difficulties. Not everyone thought it was a great idea 20 years ago when I dreamed it up. But today, people can see that it actually protects the way of life we have here. So when there's a new idea, it's easy to say no. But if you look at the young people starting off with a new idea, we have to encourage them. The proponents here are architects and engineers. They have deep ties to the community. They know how to do a good job. I think they can see the future better than old guys like me. All you got to do is give them a chance. So, sorry, I get kind of emotional. So I wanted to end on a really good story. So I'm good friends with a guy that runs the CP archive in Montreal. Everything related to the construction of the railway is in that archive. So he knows I'm coming to Montreal. He says, I'll get some stuff up for you. So when Calgary was conceived, it was conceived for Inglewood. It wasn't supposed to be where it is now. So there's a 6-page telegram from the guy who's the surveyor locating Calgary. He says to Mr. Van Horn, speculators have acquired all the land on the east side of the elbow. I think we should move it to the west side. So you should do what Mr. Van Horn said to him. He sent a one-word answer, proceed. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your presentation. And we will also listen to James Ford, and that wraps up the speakers for this item, I think.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and councillors. I'm here to speak in favor of the applicant's proposal of 45 New Street. Myself, along with my wife, own the adjacent property at 49 New Street. We have owned the property since 2012, where we lived in it from 2012 to 2020. As a family of 4 with our 2 young kids, in fact, we have lived in Inglewood from 2006 to present. Presently, our home on New Street is tenanted by an awesome family with 3 kids, and then the other side is a mix of young professional roommates. What we love about Inglewood is the eclectic nature of the neighborhood, from the different types of houses to different people to different methods of recreation. Inglewood remains our home for my wife, our 2 kids, and myself. As the adjacent neighbor, the applicants have been communicative and transparent through the entire process. While it's not concurrent DP, the proposal, as we have seen, is aligned with the heights, units, setbacks, etc. As if it were an RCG. Only HGO allows for the better built form in this scenario. While this is mid-block, we do believe the configuration facing New Street and Nellie Breen Park give the subject parcel a unique perspective and opportunity for development such as being proposed, given different access points. You may have heard or will continue to hear from neighbors that this proposal does not fit New Street. We would disagree. New Street is a perfect example of eclectic. We own a very non-historical 1977 duplex, which is across the street from a very modern mansion. And the very modern mansion is adjacent to a cluster of more historical looking small cottages configured vertically on a lot. As we have made Inglewood our home over the last 2 decades, we also have 10 rental units within the neighborhood of Inglewood and Ramsey. We are in the process of building out a basement suite and a carriage house on our primary residence, just down the river. Not on the river. Because we believe in housing people, that there is an overwhelming need for housing. When we posted our 4-bedroom, 2-bath duplex in Ramsey last spring, with only a week, we had over 2,000 hits on our last rental ad, with hundreds of requests to view one of our properties in Ramsey. We've had 0 vacancy in our 15 years of being landlords, and have had friends of friends reach out almost weekly seeking a home. Please don't miss this opportunity to provide good, affordable, quality housing in one of Calgary's best neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Council, if you'll just give me general consent to go past the 3:15 break time so I can figure out what to do with this item. Is anyone opposed to that? No? Okay. So let me double check. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to this item? This is 7.2.10. Okay. I'm not seeing or hearing anybody else, and there was no questions for this last panel, so thank you very much for joining us today. I'm going to close the public hearing on this item. Council, what's your appetite to just finish this before we break? Can someone recommend something, please?
I'll make that recommendation.
So was that you, Councillor Meehan? Okay, so you're recommending that we wrap this item?
Yeah, that way people don't have to wait for us through the break.
Okay, do we need to do a motion, Madam Clerk, or just general consent?
If we have general consent to modify the break to finish this item, that would be great.
Okay. General consent to modify the break. Is anyone opposed to that? Councillor Chabot is opposed. So now let's spend some time bringing a motion. Well, we're going to bring a motion to see if we should take a break. Councillor Meehan, would you mind bringing that? Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to move that we suspend the afternoon break until we conclude this item.
Thank you. And who's seconding that? Councillor Penner. Thank you very much. Motions before you. Please go to eScribe to vote on this.
Councillor Spence, oh, thank you. Councillor McLean, your vote, please. Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 8-5 with Councillors McLean, Wyness, Wong, Chu, and Chabot voting against. So we will carry on. We're moving on to questions of administration. Let's go to Councillor Carra.
Thank you. I have been listening to the public presentations with interest. I have 3 questions that I would like some clarification on. I believe the redevelopment chair of the Inglewood Community Association referenced policy in the ARP that required a parking study. Is that live policy? What is our transportation expert's position on parking generated or the parking requirements of this proposal?
Through the chair, Shane Laboutier, Development Engineering. In terms of this proposal, the parking will meet the bylaw requirements, and there is on-street parking available in the area.
So you're not concerned about the parking impacts of this?
It's a very similar, it'd be very similar to the existing land use for the parking impacts. So that's why we have no concerns. Our concerns were with vehicle access and egress through that back lane, but through the disposition of the right-of-way, and then, now this is a DP issue, but working through the DP, people will not be able to back out over that public sidewalk to get out. There's room on the site now. You have to come out. There's bollards protecting, so you can't do that. You have to come out and leave forward. So it's overall a better situation than it is today.
Okay, that's a good answer. I believe Ms. Ortman suggests that the switch to HGO from the current RCG, I understood her presentation to suggest that that somehow avoids building code fire separation rules. Is there a difference between how the building code is applied to HGO or RCG with regard to adjacent units and fire code separation?
Councillor Carra, the
the main difference between the RCG and the HGO districts would be that the RCG would classify these units as row house, whereas the HGO would classify them as dwelling units. There would be greater flexibility in how dwelling units are laid out. They could be on top of each other, overlapping, etc. And I believe that that might fall into a different part of the building code where they're related to each unit on different facets. But we can't speak to what the fire separation means.
But there is no like skirting of code taking place in a switch to HGO from RCG?
Different regulations might apply, which would be intended to keep the public safe.
Okay, that's a good answer. I apologize. One of the applicants suggested that these would not be affordable units, that they would be sort of upper middle class units, and that we would not be able to meet our housing affordability aims by the delivery of these units. Could anybody weigh in on how that impacts, or what our housing strategy's opinion is on the delivery of a project like this?
Hi, Councillor Kara. The tenure and the affordability is not associated with the land use. Just as many applicants come forward and say that they're building purpose-built rental, if they have a desire in the future to sell that, that is not something that the city would regulate other than through a subdivision if that was the desire that they were going to sell them. As far as meeting any of those affordability pieces, that would not be part of this land use.
Okay. So that's not a consideration that's before us. Are you interested in weighing in on the housing strategy's general position on increasing supply vis-a-vis general affordability?
I'm happy to talk about how diverse housing form in all communities is a pillar of the housing strategy. This, in addition to the current RCG, qualifies as a diversity in housing. Other than that, I don't think that there is a land use consideration that would go with that specifically. The piece that's really important that's before us is to think about the use in this context and as it relates to the land use.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions. When you're ready for a motion, you can come back to me, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thank you so much. A couple questions for administration. So the consolidated area and like the smaller area and the larger area, once it's consolidated, I'm assuming the units per hectare is what we're using, like the whole area? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, and so then can I just ask what's the difference? So if they just want to do the consolidation of the area and not go HGO, and they were sticking to RCG, what would be the unit difference?
So as proposed right now with the parcel and the road closure area, they could get 7 units in RCG with 7 secondary suites. Under HGO, because of the way floor area ratio works, we don't do it on unit density. They're going to be asking for a total of 16 instead of a total of 14.
So just +2 in a way?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I think that covers my questions. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot.
Well, forgive me for asking. I don't think you went quite far enough in that response. Based on the FAR of the new consolidated site, what is the maximum number of units that could be built on site?
We're not regulating the number of units that could be built on that site. It's just going to be the floor area of the building.
Okay, what's the maximum site coverage based on HGO?
I don't have that top of my head. I believe it'd be probably 60%.
And what's this current proposed site coverage?
That's through a development permit that I don't have that information right now.
I think we heard that it's significantly under what's the maximum allowable.
I will, I don't know what, I think it's 65%. I will say one thing, if HGO, I'm just hearing from the file manager, HGO allows for a maximum floor area ratio of 1.5, and what's proposed here is just over 1.
Okay, so arguably they could potentially cover more of the site and maybe even add more units.
And what's proposed is 44% site coverage.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. So there was concerns raised about safety, and I think you sort of addressed it. So we believe now with the consolidation of the parcel, with that, the adjacent, I guess, city-owned parcel, that it provides a more safe access in and out of the site? That's kind of what I think you said.
Right. What it does is it allows vehicles to egress their garage and then turn around on site and then leave the site moving forward. Today, you can egress through the garage and reverse the entire way. Moving forward from a driveway to a public roadway is always our preferred option.
Okay. Does this, from your perspective, provide greater certainty and safety for pedestrians, not just access in and out as far as the road is concerned?
I believe that the development permit will assist with clarity of how the area is to be used by all users.
Okay. Insofar as what was talked about from a fire safety perspective, those are things that would get addressed at development permit stage. Is that not correct?
Beyond that, actually, the building permit stage, yeah.
Building permit, yeah. So not even the development permit, at the building permit stage. So if there was an issue, it would be addressed there.
Right. Here we're worrying about the size of a box. The development permit would be the design of the box. The building permit would be what's the box made out of.
Okay. And from, I guess they're allowed to go to 12 meters versus 11 meters is one of the bigger differences?
Yeah, that's correct.
From a height perspective?
That's correct. But it allows for greater flexibility in how the units are laid out, as I mentioned earlier.
Saw that. Okay. I think that pretty much covers my questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry. I'm just looking at the attachment one. Attachment one indicates again that this area is within Inglewood's Area Development Plan 1993, so about 30 years old, correct? So I guess my question is, I recognize Inglewood is one of our, if not the oldest community in the area. The question I have is this type of development, would that be consistent with the 1993 ARP? And the second question is, there was, development of a new local area plan in the area. And secondly, would this be consistent with the conversations, even though that LAP is not there yet?
With the proposed policy amendment that's being put forward alongside this application, we believe that introduces a clause into the ARP which allows for this type of development to occur on this site. I will say that this type of a development is something that we might see in some of our modern local area plans, which does not exist on this site, and it is something that we would like to see in and around our main streets.
Okay. I'm not sure if you can speak to it or who can speak to it, but during the development of the Inglewood LAP, and it's gone through different stages and not there yet, are you familiar with the community's input to the LAP as it relates to, again, history, heritage, context, community character?
No, I'm sorry. I'm not familiar with a lot of the history on the Inglewood LAP, which that project is not moving forward right now.
Fair enough, fair enough. It's just, I remember during my conversations way back when I talked about history, heritage of Chinatown, the Inglewood Residents and Community Association spoke up about how it was very important for them to preserve, the character of, again, one of Calgary's first communities. Thank you.
All right, that's it for questions. Over to you to move the item, Councillor Carra.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And moving the item, I will. I have 3 points of debate. The first one is just about the consolidation that's before us. We have a big chunk of weirdly shaped city-owned land at that intersection, and converting it into usable space for housing makes a ton of sense regardless of what the form is. So I think that there's no reason to have random city-owned land between private property and a public right-of-way. So I'm totally supportive of that. The second argument I want to make, well, I mean, just generally, I want to say that the presenters speaking in favor of this really resonated to my way of thinking and the commitments I made as an elected official to my constituents when I sought election each 4 times. I think there were great debates. There are 2 points that I would like to sort of dig into a little bit more. One is regarding character. I was surprised that only Mr. James Ford in his remarks spoke to New Place, which is right across the street. We did hear some of the presenters speaking in favor, talking about there being a rich history of missing middle housing in the community of Inglewood. What seemed to be missed was right across the street is New Place, which is a line of cottages taking up a typical lot that's accessed through a common right-of-way called New Place. It's a semi-private road, but over 100 years ago, in order to address the housing shortage that was existing in the city at that time, a developer responding to market forces took a typical lot that was supposed to have a large house on it and turned it into a bunch of housing. And, some of them you can make the argument that they're cookie cutter because they're all the same plan. There's 2 that face New Street, and then there's 4 that penetrate into the deep lot into to the river. This is repeating that pattern on a north-south axis. And I think we've heard a lot from the proposed developer, especially through a lot of the public work that they've done about, neighborhood soup and how you sort of pull out elements of character regarding it, that they're very thoughtful about responding both to the urban character of the street as well as responding to that urban character through an architectural outcome. Which leads me to my second point. They are going through the intense effort of a redesignation when they could achieve the exact same density with the current land use on the site. And they're doing it because they want to build a better pattern. And what's proposed in DP form, I will say, impacts the public realm exactly the same as a single detached or a semi-detached house would. You're getting a frontage on New Street that's not out of size with what you'd see. And on the south side, facing St. Monica Avenue, you have basically units above a garage. The fact that they're coming in to create on an extra deep lot, extra units is a beautiful, hidden, gentle density response. I want to say that again. If you were to minimize density on this site, if a super wealthy person were to build this and build the mansion of their dreams, the impact on the public realm from what's proposed would be the exact same. Instead, we're getting more people living there at a various price point that is in line with the historical character of the neighborhood. And the only other thing I want to say about that north-south axis is that New Street is a very long street. And what this does is it creates a semi-public, semi-private, mid-block access for people like my son who might want to go to the playground. I think this is a very thoughtful approach. It's in a good space. It's responding to market demand as the neighborhood has through its history, and it makes a ton of sense. And so I want to thank all of the thoughtful presenters speaking in favor. I tried to ask some of the questions that were raised by opponents, but at the end of the day, I think this makes a lot of sense, and I hope council will support this. So I am going to move all 3 readings of both the consolidation and the proposed land use change. I will respond to any debate in my close.
Thank you. Councillor Meehan, you're going to second this?
Yeah, I'm happy to second, and I will debate briefly. Thanks to the community and the applicant for coming out. It was a really interesting discussion. And I can understand from the community perspective, sometimes it's frustrating when other people show up to a public hearing who don't live in the neighborhood. But I will assure you that, at least for myself, and I'll only speak for myself, I look at the quality of the arguments, not the quantity of them. And I'll say that I really believe that an HCO is going to get you a better development here. It's more flexible, and the main thing it does, in my opinion, is allows you to have the dwelling units over the garage, which is going to allow for greater side setbacks. It's going to allow for less lot coverage, same height, same parking that we're seeing with the RCG, and then you're going to be able to retain those mature trees more easily because you have that flexibility, and also the side setbacks will allow you to have better privacy. So I really think that this is something that we should be doing. And sometimes when we get really hung up on like what the zoning is, we lose sight of what the outcomes are. And so I do feel that not because of volume or location of where the speakers were coming from, but because of the quality of that argument, I think that's why I'm supporting this. I'm also seeing a lot of generational differences in how we'd like to see development go forward in the city. And, you know, you see younger people who are typically more in favor of increased density and smaller dwelling units, and that's reflective of probably affordability concerns, and also the fact that we're probably going to have smaller families and things like that in the future generation. And I think it's a hard transition to live through, though, and I want to acknowledge that as for the folks who grew up in different times and worked really hard to maybe get where they are now. It's hard to live through an additional neighborhood change. But we see the millennial and Gen Z voting bloc growing, and I think that this will be a trend that continues. I also just want to address Councillor Kara, you asked about the firewall differences, and that was transparently addressed by the applicant as to what those differences are and why they're pursuing them in their letter. So I don't know if you got the information you really needed from administration, but there are some firewall differences, but that's not something that was hidden or not addressed. So I think it's going to be better, and look forward to seeing. I really don't think you could get a better group of people working on it. So look forward to seeing the final outcome.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot.
Well, first of all, I want to thank everyone who actually came forward today to make their presentation, and I'll be perfectly frank. When I read the report and saw the number of letters that were written in opposition, the number of people that were opposed to the application, I was initially inclined to look at voting against this, and I heard a lot of concerns raised by folks from the community. And many of those issues I thought were relevant, and so we did address many of those issues. Other presenters addressed some of those things in their presentation on how this would impact the community as a whole, some residents, some non. And from my perspective, as many of you know in the audience, I voted against the blanket zoning. Now, having said that, when I did for very specific reasons, and I said sensitive intensification in close proximity to local amenities and or in proximity to the primary transit network or close to transit, generally speaking. And from my perspective, this actually meets that test. So although I may have voted against blanket zoning, if what I had proposed had gone through, this would have still qualified under that RCG zoning. So it's I was actually hoping to hear more from the residents to give me a reason to vote against this, just based on my own principles of trying to support the community as much as possible. But I think this actually does support the community in many instances. It's more contextually sensitive than what could potentially be built under the current zoning. It does provide that sustainability piece by better utilizing existing infrastructure. And whether or not this is affordable housing from everyone's perspective, although it's not a land use matter, it is a subjective thing. It is something that's more affordable for the area. And it does provide other affordability elements, such as reduces the need for having vehicles because of close proximity to those amenities. There's a lot of things that contributes to housing affordability. It's not just the price of the house. So from those perspectives, I have to actually side with the applicant on this one. I think this is it's a good proposal. It's I guess more supportive of many elements of the community association, including increasing the number of people, increasing the vibrancy of the area, helping to support local businesses. There's so many positive aspects of this development that I can't vote against it. I have to support it.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Kara to close, please.
I'll be brief in my close, but I just want to thank members of council for their debate. Councillor Chabot made some excellent points about affordability, and I think the answer I was looking for from administration when I was asking about affordability is that we know that when you increase supply, it creates more opportunity for people to live, and people who can move up will move up, and that frees up other spaces below. And so more supply is always a good thing. And this is a piece of land where we can deliver that supply in a way that enhances the historic character of the neighborhood. And, you know, I think it's a great response. It's a great opportunity. And I appreciate Councillor Chabot's debate in that regard. And just with regard to Councillor Meehan, really appreciate your calling out specifically that this retains some of the great trees on the lot. And I think that that's really important as well. With that, thank you everyone for your debate, and thanks to the public for their passionate consideration of Inglewood and its future. I'm closed.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor McLean, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 12-1 with Councillor Chu voting against. First reading of bylaw 1C 2025. Anyone opposed?
Sean Chu.
Councillor Chu is opposed, and that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 1C 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chu is opposed, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 1C 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 1C 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chu is opposed, and that is carried. First reading of bylaw 5P 2025. Anyone opposed?
Sean Chu.
Councillor Chu is opposed, and that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 5P 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chu is opposed, and that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 5P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 5P 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chu is opposed, and that's carried. First reading of bylaw 13D 2025. Anyone opposed?
Sean Chu.
Councillor Chu is opposed, and that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 13D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chu is opposed, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 13D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 13D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chu is opposed, and that is carried. We will take a half-hour break and return here at 4:10. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the public hearing meeting of council. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you. On the roll, Councillor Wyness, Councillor Carra, Councillor Chabot,
Present.
Councillor Chu, Councillor Demong, Councillor Dhaliwal,
Here.
Councillor McLean,
Here.
Councillor Meehan,
Here.
Councillor Penner, Councillor Sharp,
I'm here.
Councillor Spencer, Councillor Walcott,
I'm here.
Councillor Wong, and Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you. We do have quorum.
Thank you. So, Ms. Ganzar, we are on to your items. Let's start with 7.2.11.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. My name is Lindsay Ganzar. I am a senior planner in community planning, and I will be presenting the next 5 items on the agenda. This next item is a land use redesignation application to enable multi-residential development. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 12D 2025 for the redesignation of 901 68th Street Southeast to increase the allowable density on the parcel from 60 units per hectare to 70 units per hectare. Next slide, please. The subject parcel is located in the southeast community of Red Carpet on the west side of 68th Street, approximately 350 meters north of 17th Avenue. Next slide, please. The parcel is approximately 1.77 hectares in size and is partially developed with a phased multi-residential development. Next slide, please. Surrounding development consists primarily of low-density residential development to the east and south, and vacant lands to the north designated for multi-residential development and commercial uses. Mount View Park is located adjacent to the site to the west, which contains sports fields and a playground, and Elliston Park is located on the south side of 17th Avenue along 68th Street, an approximately 6-minute walk from the subject site. The parcel is currently designated as the multi-residential contextual grade-oriented, or MCG district, which is intended to accommodate multi-residential developments adjacent to low-density residential development. The district currently has a density modifier of 60 units per hectare. Next slide, please. The proposed MCG district with a density modifier of 70 units per hectare would allow up to 11 additional units on the subject site. The rest of the district rules would remain unchanged. Next slide, please. For the reasons identified today and in the report before you, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the redesignation of the subject parcel. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.11. Do we have James Andalis?
Thank you very much for that slide. Good afternoon, Mayor Gondek and members of council. I'm James Dallas, partner at Phase Architecture, and I'm speaking as the applicant of this project, and I am joined alongside with Steve Surya and the Lansdowne Equity Team. They're the landowner and developer of the site and the entire Elliston Village Master Plan area that you see in the slide before you. That is currently developed for approximately or up to almost 2,000 additional units. Lansdowne Equity is a Calgary-based firm. It's family-owned and operated. It's a real estate company and a committed developer in the greater Forest Lawn area. Phase 1 and 2 of the Elliston Village Master Plan are already constructed and are now currently providing a much-needed supply of 142 multi-residential units to the area, meeting the economic needs of lower-income families. This Phase 3 land use application is straightforward, an increase of the MCG land use density modifier from a density 60 to a density of 70. During detailed design, we found the opportunity for additional units within Phase 1 and 2, Phase 1, 2, and 3 land use boundaries. The proposed density increase will enable an additional 11 multifamily units to be provided in alignment with the master plan concept for the area, for a total of 77 units in Phase 3. 66 of the original units that we're calling as Phase 3A has already been approved in DP and is currently going through the building permit process with an expected construction start of early spring. Applicant outreach included notice postings, postcard mail drops, and community association outreach. That concludes my presentation. Both Steve and I are happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You do have a question from Councillor Chu.
Thank you, Worship. Did you say Forest Lawn?
Red Carpet specifically, they are developers in the Forest Lawn area.
I thought Forest Lawn's in southeast.
Sorry, they are. The developer has a lot of experience developing in the Forest Lawn area.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
All right, that's it for the questions. Thanks so much for joining us today. And let me ask, is there anybody else wishing to speak to 7.2.11? All right, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I'll close the public hearing on this item. I also do not see any questions of administration, so I'm looking for a mover. Councillor Carra.
Yes, I caught the tail end of the public presentation, so I believe I am eligible to participate in the voting. I just want to give a shout out to the new and improved Lansdowne. This is a project that has been underway for quite some time. It is being built. It's providing a very high quality of housing at a very appropriate to the marketplace price point. These are adjustments that are being made, I think, in response to delivering a best possible product, and I'm very excited to watch it unfold and create more homes for people in East Calgary. Happy to move it, 3 readings of the bylaw, and I'll respond to anything if there's any debate.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chabot, you're going to second this?
Yeah, and briefly, there's been a lot of discussion about this site over the years, and there's a lot of developments already occurred on the site directly to the south of this. This is an extension of that, a slightly higher density, and we want to talk about affordable housing. This is affordable housing. Happy to support it.
Thank you, and back to you to close, Councillor Carra.
Yeah. Market delivered affordable housing, which is exactly what East Calgary needs. Thank you. Closed.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Wong, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondek will vote for it.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 12D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 12D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 12D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 12D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Ms. Ganzar, let's go to 7.2.12.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. The next item on the agenda is a land use redesignation application to enable a self-storage facility with support commercial uses. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 5D 2025 for the redesignation of 423 58th Avenue Southeast from the Commercial Corridor 3 or CCOR 3 district to a direct control or DC district. Next slide, please. The subject parcel is located in the community of Manchester Industrial on the south side of 58th Avenue between 3rd Street, to the west and 4th Street to the east. Next slide, please. The parcel is approximately 0.57 hectares in size and is currently developed with a 2-story commercial building. Next slide, please. Surrounding development consists primarily of light industrial uses, shown in gray, and commercial uses, shown in red. The parcel is currently designated as the CCOR 3 district with a floor area ratio, or FAR modifier, of 1.0 and a maximum building height of 12 meters, or approximately 3 stories. The C-Core 3 district is intended to accommodate limited, large retail uses on sites of various sizes that are located along major roads. Next slide, please. The proposed DC district is based on the Industrial Commercial, or IC district, with a maximum FAR of 2.0 and a maximum building height of 18 meters. The proposed district also includes design rules to ensure any future development integrates well into the surrounding context and maintains high urban design standards. Next slide, please. For the reasons identified today and in the report before you, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the redesignation of the subject parcel. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Ganser. With that, we will open the public hearing. I have one speaker, Scott Cruz from Civic Works.
Hi, Deputy Mayor and Council. My name is Scott Cruz with Civic Works, and I'm also joined today with Kevin Pritchard from Ronmore. See the clerks brought up the slides. Next slide, please. So this application proposes a land use change from the existing C-Core 3 designation to a direct control district based off the rules of the IC land use. It would enable the development of a high-quality 4-story self-storage facility with at-grade retail space with site-specific rules around increased building height, allowable FAR, minimum commercial use areas, and new facade rules to improve the building's design and visibility from 58th Avenue. This proposal matters because it responds to a growing demand for flexible storage solutions driven by a rise in compact building forms and evolving business needs. The inclusion of a new commercial space at grade also represents an innovative idea that complements the primary self-storage facility and offers an expanded range of services to the local community. Next slide, please. The site is located in Manchester Industrial and surrounded primarily by industrial developments and supporting commercial uses. Its location along 58th Avenue provides easy and convenient access along a key transportation corridor within walking distance of local transit and amenities. Next slide, please. So the site is within the boundaries of the draft Chinook Communities Local Area Plan, which is in its final stages and expected to go before IPC in late February. The draft LAP designates the site under the Industrial General Policy Area with no specified building height or scale modifiers. This policy encourages light and medium industrial uses ranging in size and scale, which may incorporate a limited range of commercial uses. Next slide, please. Outreach and communications for this application were launched in April 2024 with project details and contact information shared with local businesses in the Ward 9 Councillor's office. An outreach summary provides a full list of our methods and results, and to date, the project team has heard no feedback from the community. Next slide, please. In October, Eagle Builders submitted a development permit application on behalf of Ronmore, which is currently under review. The application proposes a 4-story self-storage facility with ground floor retail that conforms to the rules of the proposed direct control district. That concludes my presentation. Our team would be happy to answer any questions that council may have about the proposal, and we ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I do not see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to join us today. And let me just see if there's anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.12. Okay, not seeing or hearing anyone else, I'll close the public hearing on this item. I'm also not seeing questions of administration, so let's go to Councillor Carra to move the item.
Yeah, I will say, as per the upcoming heritage communities, or not local area plan, not the heritage communities, the X one. I'm spacing on its. I apologize. Anyway, we've spent a lot of time, Councillor Penner and I, on Manchester. We think it's going to be one of the coolest neighborhoods in the city. There are parts of Manchester closer to the LRT stations that will be more walkable in their triple mix, and there are some places that will be more auto-oriented. Along 58th here, this is one of the more auto-oriented, high-density streets, and this is a use that is in high demand from the marketplace. It makes a ton of sense. These are necessary and actually high-quality hubs of community. Happy to support it, and 3 readings of the bylaw.
Thank you. Councillor Penner, you're seconding? All right. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so back to you to close. Councillor Carra.
I'm closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Chu, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 5D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 5D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 5D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 5D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. And we are on to 7.2.13.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. The next item on the agenda is a land use redesignation application to enable multi-residential development. Before I begin my presentation, I want to point out that the report title incorrectly refers to the approved outline plan application as being in Fairview Industrial, when in fact it is in the community of East Fairview Industrial. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 9D 2025 for the redesignation of 9200 and 9890 Blackfoot Trail Southeast from the Commercial Corridor 3 or CCOR 3 district and the Special Purpose Urban Nature or SUN district to the Multi-Residential Contextual Medium Profile or MC2 district, the Special Purpose School Park and Community Reserve, or SSPR district, and the SUN district. Next slide, please. The site is located in the community of Acadia. It is located on the east side of Blackfoot Trail, north of South Glen Drive. Next slide, please. The site is approximately 19.74 hectares in size and is accessed from Blackfoot Trail. The parcel was previously developed with a mobile home park, but is now vacant. Next slide, please. The subject site is comprised of the entire western parcel shown here and a portion of the parcel to the south. Surrounding development consists of low-density residential development to the west and the Deerfoot Trail corridor to the east. Blackfoot Point Business Park is located to the north and is developed with various commercial and service uses. The site is currently designated as the CCOR 3 district, which is intended to accommodate limited large retail uses, and as the SUN district on a small portion of the adjacent land to the south, which provides for natural landforms, vegetation, and wetlands. Next slide, please. This application proposes to redesignate the site to 3 districts. MC2 provides for multi-residential development in a variety of forms with medium height and density. SSPR is intended to provide for schools, parks, and recreational facilities and has been dedicated as municipal reserve pursuant to the Municipal Government Act, or MGA. Lastly, the SUN district is intended for lands to be dedicated as environmental reserve pursuant to the MGA. The additional SUN designated lands here that are included with the application are for lands that have been determined to be unstable and unsuitable for development. Next slide, please. For the reasons identified today and in the report before you, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the redesignation of the subject parcels. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.13. Let's go to Jessica Carpat.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gondek and council members. My name is Crystal Hofer, and I am a community planner with Quantum Place. I'm joined today by Jessica Carpat, our principal planner, and our client Cedar Glen Living is also present in chambers. I want to start by saying thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak. We'd also like to extend our thanks to administration for their work on this application. As administration has already provided a summary of the project, I'd like to begin with providing an update on our progress. When it comes to outreach, we have reached out to the Community Association to provide updates regarding this application that's before you today, as well as the development permit that is currently in process on the site. We've not heard back from the Community Association following our most recent attempts, but we'll continue to contact them regarding this project as it progresses. When it comes to Planning Commission, we did have some questions which were regarding our choice to proceed with a purely residential land use. The site is in proximity to both Deerfoot Meadows and a business park to the north, which both contain restaurants and service commercial uses. Deerfoot Meadows is not fully built out, and the development to the north is struggling to maintain their commercial leases. Due to the proximity to the commercial developments to the site and the fact that Cedar Glen Living is a developer of mixed-use product, but it's not a developer of mixed-use product, it has been determined that residential would be the most suitable for the proposed development. We're available for any further questions that you may have, and we thank you for your time.
Thanks very much for your presentation. I'll just check the queue again. You have a question from Councillor Craw.
Yeah, this used to be in my ward until the boundaries shifted. We've been looking at a redevelopment here for a long time. I'm not opposed to what's being proposed, but I am sympathetic to some of the questions from the community, which is connectivity to the rest of the community. It's got a beautiful eastern edge. That slope is spectacular. I think the best Saskatoons in the entire city grow there. But its western edge is Blackfoot Trail, which separates it from the neighborhood. Can you talk about Cedar Glen's plans for making sure that this is not just a drive-in, drive-out situation for residents?
Thank you, Councillor Craw, for that question. If we can just put something on the view graph, if that's possible. Will Councillor Craw be able to see that? Okay.
I believe so.
I have nodding heads here, Councillor Craw.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Right now you're just seeing a kind of the land use plan. To the south, there will be a regional pathway that will extend and connect into Sue Higgins Park. And that will be a regional connection that is not provided today. There will also be a pathway connection that will extend along the eastern edge of the development that will give the public access to the riparian area, the environmental reserve area that will connect all the way north-south through this site. And then from an east-west connectivity perspective, you can see that there is an intersection planned that you could see partially through the middle of the site. It'll connect to Henry Wise Park, and that will provide on-demand signalization for pedestrians looking to cross from Acadia and to access the commercial development either to the north or to use the pathway system or to get to the environmental reserve area to the east.
That's a great answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yes, I do. I see Councillor Wong with a question.
Thank you, Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for being here. I have a lot of friends and family actually live in Acadia. And the other day over the weekend, while they're visiting and watching me go through this, they say, oh, that's where we live. And a lot of them have situations where they don't have vehicles and therefore they need transit. And a lot of them also are service workers that work in that Deerfoot Meadows area. And so the question they asked me was, if we were to work down there and live in this area, would we be walking Deerfoot Heritage all the way down? Or are there pathway connectors that will get them down to the Deerfoot Meadows area?
Through the chair to Councillor Wong, thank you for that question. It is a very good question. We are providing connectivity through the site, and there are private sidewalk connections to the site north of us. Beyond that, there are sidewalk connections that connect down to Deerfoot Meadows. The path is about 10 minutes. So there isn't a very direct connection like a very direct regional sidewalk, so I'll be absolutely honest about that. But the connectivity is there through some of the private sites.
Okay, I'll ask a question, administration. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for you in the queue, so thanks very much for taking the time to join us today. And let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.13? Not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I'll close the public hearing on this item. I'm not seeing questions of administration, so I'll go to you to move it. Councillor Penner.
Yeah, thanks. Happy to move this application and to see something coming here. I know there's been a lot of questions and some media reporting on this with respect to, you know, why not more? But I think what the applicants have brought forward is actually really contextual and respectful to the area, especially adjacent to the riparian area, just down the hill to that. And with respect to Councillor Wong, you know, if there are other residents in Acadia who want to discuss pathways and moving about and how to get places, as the local area councillor, I'd be happy to connect with them and work with my team. I know already through the Heritage Local Area Plan, we actually are improving connections through Acadia. And so whether that's going to be transit connections, you know, addressing the community association response to the pedestrian signalization, these are all things that I think we can actively work through in the DP, either on this file or other projects in the area. So moved.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder for this item, please? Councillor Wong, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. As I indicated earlier, there's a lot of, if I can use the word, extended family members that live in the Acadia area, and they are, again, without vehicle, but yet they also have to, if we can say, provide service industry, retail industry sort of activities in that Deerfoot Meadows area. They like the area because it has connectivity also to, you know, a number of other things in the southeast, particularly down the South Health campus and Seton Hospital, that sort of thing. So they are looking forward to more development in the area and development of residential that will be affordable, hopefully, but also quality. So I do support this. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close. Councillor Penner.
Closed.
All right, e-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 9D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 9D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 9D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 9D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Ms. Ganzar, let's go to 7.2.14.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. The next item on the agenda is a land use redesignation application to allow for a secondary suite. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 8D 2025 for the redesignation of 88 Prestwick Drive Southeast from a direct control or DC district to the residential low density mixed housing or RG district. Next slide, please. The subject parcel is in the community of Mackenzie Town on the north side of Prestwick Drive between Prestwick Circle to the west and Prestwick Street to the east. Next slide, please. The site is approximately 0.04 hectares in size and is currently developed with a single detached dwelling and secondary suite. Next slide, please. Surrounding development consists primarily of single detached houses on land designated as direct control to the north, west, and south of the site. Multi-residential developments are shown in brown to the east of the parcel, as well as a large place of worship shown in blue. A park is located to the southeast and contains a playground and spray park. The subject parcel is currently designated as a direct control district based on the previous land use bylaw 2P80. The intent of the district is to accommodate low-density residential development in the form of single-detached, semi-detached, and duplex dwellings. Secondary suites are not allowed in the DC district as they were not a listed use in bylaw 2P80. Next slide, please. The proposed RG district allows for a variety of housing forms, including single and semi-detached dwellings, row houses, and secondary suites. The maximum building height is 12 meters, and a maximum of one main residential building is allowed per parcel. Next slide, please. For the reasons identified today and in the report before you, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the redesignation of this subject parcel. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.14. Do we have Soraib Saeed?
Yes.
Hi,
Hello.
please go ahead.
Okay, so just, I think all the main topics have been kind of touched upon. It's a DC district, which allows me to create a backyard suite. But the cost associated with this kind of development and the skill set involved is I currently don't have. So what I was trying to do is utilize the new blanket permit that is issued for secondary suites. But unfortunately, I ran into roadblocks there as well for this zoning particularly. So one of the things the city kind of recommended was like, hey, you could reapply to get a different kind of zoning and still go ahead with your plan to provide low-cost housing for other people. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Right, thanks very much for your presentation. I will look here. I don't think I see anybody in the queue with questions for you. Nope, no one's got any questions, so thanks very much for making the time today. And let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.14? I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I'll close the public hearing on this item. I'm also not seeing any questions of oh, yes, I do. Councillor Chabot, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure I heard this correctly. Did you say that the maximum number of units on site is 1?
The maximum number of main residential buildings is 1. And so the 2 types of main residential buildings that are currently allowed in that DC district are single detached and semi-detached.
So you could have a semi-detached, which is 2 plus secondary suites?
That's correct.
So up to 4?
2 units and 2 suites.
Okay, thanks. That's all I need to know.
Thank you. With that, let's go to Councillor Spencer to move the item.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Chabot, unless the applicant is lying to us, it's just a secondary suite. Sometimes legacy zoning helps, allows you to hang on to advantageous positions, and in this case, and not unlike in many cases in the city, it is quite restrictive and has left this applicant stuck. So pretty straightforward. I hope you will support it, Council.
Can I get a seconder for this item, please? Councillor Penner, thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Spencer.
Closed.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek will vote to it.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 8D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 8D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 8D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 8D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. And Ms. Ganzar, I think this is your last item, 7.2.15.
That's correct. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is a land use redesignation application to enable ground-oriented residential development. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 10D 2025 for the redesignation of 8860 85th Street Northwest from the Special Purpose City and Regional Infrastructure, or SCRI district, to a direct control, or DC district. Next slide, please. The subject parcel is located in the community of Arbor Lake at the north end of the cul-de-sac on Arbor Wood Mews Northwest. Next slide, please. The parcel is approximately 0.25 hectares in size. It was previously developed with a pipeline regulation facility and has been remediated and is now vacant. Next slide, please. Surrounding development consists primarily of single detached dwellings to the west, south, and east. There's a multi-residential development to the northwest, shown in brown, and a kindergarten to grade 9 school to the northeast, shown in blue within the park area. The subject parcel is currently designated as the SCRI district and is intended to accommodate infrastructure and utility facilities, including work depots, public transportation, and uses operated by varying levels of government. While ATCO still owns the land, the parcel is no longer needed for these purposes. Next slide, please. The proposed DC district is based on the multi-residential contextual grade-oriented, or MCG district, which provides for multi-residential development that respects the existing context of adjacent low-density residential developments. The maximum building height is 12 meters, and the maximum density is 63 units per hectare. Based on parcel area, this would allow up to 16 dwelling units on the subject parcel. However, the potential number of units depends on all other requirements of the district being met, including setbacks, landscaping, and parking. Next slide, please. For the reasons identified today and in the report before you, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the redesignation of the subject parcel. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.15. Let's start with David White, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Dave White, Principal of Civic Works, and we are the applicant. I'm joined by Nathan Stelfox, Urban Planner with Civic Works, along with Christy Simpson and Matt Vermont with the leadership team in residential development for ATCO. I'll be giving a single presentation on the behalf of the greater team. And thanks to the clerk for bringing up the slides. If we could just move to the next slide, please. While administration has done a good job of setting the context, we want to emphasize that this site is well connected to Crowfoot Crossing, an MDP-identified major activity center, as well as the Crowfoot LRT station, part of the primary transit network. The nearby area has seen several multi-residential developments ranging from 4 to 6 stories in scale, and the majority of the surrounding parcels are designated as RCG, which allows up to 3-story townhomes to be redeveloped. Next slide, please. The site is and was previously operated as an ATCO gas metering station and was decommissioned, as mentioned by administration, in 2021. It is privately owned by ATCO. It is not publicly accessible and has no landscaping or amenities. ATCO is proposing a 3-story townhouse style development that utilizes innovative, advanced off-site construction methods. Next slide, please. The proposal is inclusive of a concurrent development permit for 32 new homes, which is comprised of 16 dwelling units and 16 secondary suites. These homes are accompanied by 36 vehicle parking stalls and 16 mobility storage units, or Class 1 bike stalls, representing a bylaw required surplus of both stalls and bicycle parking. Next slide, please. A direct control district is required to realize the vision, primarily given to unique site constraints, not the least of which is the lack of formal street frontage and the need to identify relationships to rear, side, and front yard through property lines, as well as built form considerations related to this type of innovative housing delivery. Next slide, please. Compared to more typical RCG built form outcomes, the proposed DC and development vision have a lower maximum density at 63 units per hectare, a higher parking supply at greater than 1-to-1 parking ratio for each unit and suite, and a lower lot coverage. Next slide, please. ATCO intends to deliver innovative housing to Calgarians by utilizing advanced off-site construction. This allows ATCO to construct most of the buildings at off-site facilities, safely transported to site and with efficiencies and a shorter construction timeline to occupancy. Building on this first project, the goal is to deliver at scale and at a lower cost to that of conventional housing construction. Next slide, please. The applicant team offered opportunities for engagement with surrounding community members, including the CA, the RA, and the Ward 2 office. Among other methods, our outreach include 4 rounds of over 1,400 hand-delivered mailers. ATCO and the project team have made several changes to the development vision in response to community feedback, including providing additional parking stalls, more landscaping, and introducing privacy design elements. Next slide, please. As traffic and parking were among the most common feedback themes heard, a professional transportation engineering study was conducted and found that the surrounding road networks will remain well below capacity post-development. I'd like to clarify that no changes are proposed to the adjacent existing multi-use pathway along what is named 85th Street, and all vehicular traffic will be through Arbor Wood Mews. Next slide, please. This concludes our presentation. We are kindly asking for council's support to enable an innovative housing form with less density than the standard RCG district allows, with a greater parking supply and less coverage. The full applicant team sitting behind me would be happy to answer any questions that council may have. Thanks for your time and your consideration.
Thanks very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thank you for joining us today. I will go to the next person on the list. We have Taylor Kopchenko-Baker.
Thank you, Mayor. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you all right.
Great, thank you so much. So I'm a resident on Arborwood Mews. My husband and I have lived on this street for almost 10 years now, and we chose to live on this street because it is, you know, single family living. It's very quiet. It's a great place to raise a family. Lots of young families have moved into the street in the last few years, which has been really great. It's really lovely to see, you know, kids riding their bikes all over the street in their little gangs, and that's something that we really looked for when we were looking for a house. We do have a young son at home, and we really hope that he can experience that as well. I'm sure you'll hear from some other community members here today that the parking issue and the traffic on the street, with Arborwood Mews being the only way into this development, it is a major concern for a lot of the residents here. Us in particular, again, we do want our son to be able to play on the street with his friends in a safe place. Arborwood, or Arbor Mews, or Arbor Lake is known for all of its green spaces. And I think that with this parcel of land being reclaimed, since it's been, since the land has been, you know, decommissioned with the ATCO pipeline there, it is a really great green space for our community. And I would really hope to see that that stays instead of seeing multi-level buildings put up. I think that a lot of community members here are quite happy with the amount of houses that have gone up in the Arbor Lake West development. I think a lot of us don't think that there should be any more. We've already sacrificed a lot because those buildings have gone up. And we have noticed that traffic has gone up in our area as well. Path usage has gone up as well. We back directly onto that main kind of thoroughfare that goes through there for pedestrians. We have noticed an increase in traffic. Again, I would really like to see that this land be designated as a park space, or even maybe something like a community garden. Again, Arbor Lake is known as being kind of suburbia with all of those single-family homes in there. And again, I think that we have kind of reached our capacity for development, given the fact that we do back onto that Arbor Lake West new development there. So I really hope that, you know, council kind of hears out everyone in this community and our opposition to just having more multi-level family buildings in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Just going to make sure that there's no questions for you. No, I don't see any questions in the queue. So thanks for taking the time for us today. I'm going to go to Scott Baker.
Hi, Mayor. Sorry, if there's a bit of wind, I'm just walking at the moment. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. So I'm writing to express my opposition for this recommendation item 7.2.15 regarding the land use amendment in Arbor Lake. As you've said, the land use was previously used by ACO and has since been decommissioned and remains vacant. I'd like to make an amendment to what one of the applicants said about this land. It is easily accessible by all residents. There's no fencing, there's no anything, and it's become a corner space for a lot of families with kids and dogs to play in. For the past 4 years, Arbor Lake has experienced a significant loss of green space due to various developments, including, as mentioned by Taylor, Arbor Lake West, DPs 2022-0558. I could go on. There's about 10 DPs related to this development. These developments consisted primarily of high-density housing totaling over 139 single-family houses and 650 multifamily residences, some of which are 6 stories high, currently blocking out a lot of the visibility for adjacent houses. These substantial expansions of housing represent 2,200 people increased in the community that was already established and packed across 174,000 square meters of redeveloped land. This, by Arbor Lake, is a significant step in addressing affordable housing needs. However, the proposed land use amendment represents a shift away from the ethos of our street and community. If approved, the redevelopment will increase the number of houses and units on the street by roughly 50%, leading to, of course, the increase in traffic. As proposed land creates a higher density zone within an established low density space. Within higher density comes an increase in traffic. City of Calgary did a study, 2011, that represented research into how many houses had vehicles within the city. Now, the development permit, they said they did a 1-to-1 specification for all of the houses that they are proposing. However, the City of Calgary study showed that 59% of the houses in the city have at least 2 cars or more, some with 3. The proposed land use change and the associated development parking provisions would shift the responsibility of parking to the existing community members. However, the current parking situation on the street already struggles to accommodate with the existing demand, as a lot of the houses don't have garages and a lot of the elderly can't park in the back. They have to park in the front to get to their houses. Adding additional vehicles, including those of potential visitors, would exacerbate this issue. Increased traffic also creates safety concerns. While they mentioned that the increase in traffic would be below levels according to the street, studies show near linear increase in traffic with a 95% confidence that there is a direct correlation between the increase in traffic and the accidents already on a street that's congested. Coincidentally, the same time children are playing outside is a lot of the time these vehicles will be entering and exiting the community. In the last 3 years, we've seen more families and children move into the area, and as a result, we've experienced a near-miss accident almost every day or every other day as we watch and just see the traffic coming in. Given these concerns, I strongly urge that Arbor Lake not lose any further green space, which honestly is desperately needed by families in the area. Instead of approving this land use redevelopment, I request that the landowner donate the property to the community, or the land could be redesignated for recreational use as part of the city's open space plan for the fiscal years 23 to 26. This action would support a community that continues to lose precious green space. As the previous applicants have mentioned, they're looking at modular streets or modular developments to increase access to the street and ease of construction. When pressed on these issues during the engagement sessions I had with them, they were disorganized and they were unable to answer some of the basic questions regarding this as it comes to things like oversized loads and trains on the street. There is a power line adjacent to 85th Street that runs north-south within 10 meters of my house, and it crosses over into the parcel of land that they're using. They've recommended using a crane on this land as well to help put these places or these modular units into place. They will have to take down power for the entire block as well as surrounding communities for this to be able to be done. I don't think this is an acceptable sacrifice that our community will have to make in order to increase the amount of housing we already have, especially due to the Arbor Lake West community that's gone up. In conclusion, I believe that any land use change should be the result of a net gain for the entire community, not just a benefit to the landowner at the expense of the residents in the area. Sorry if I'm out of breath. I'm walking and talking at the same time. Thank you for your consideration.
That's okay. Thanks very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks so much for joining us today. Do we have Marilyn Vrooman Robertson?
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Marilyn Vroman Robertson, and I'm here to speak on 7.2.15, and I've resided on Arborwood Close for over 20 years. I'm objecting to the proposed development of the former ATCO compressor station site. The proposed development adds over 230 vehicle trips per day, according to the traffic study, to an already busy street. Arborwood is home to many secondary suites, resulting in even additional vehicles per address. Arborwood is limited to one entry and one exit only, and must also support the traffic of St. Ambrose Schools drop-off and pickup. Arborwood Mews joins Arborwood Close at a T intersection, then travels north up a short hill, and then makes a 90-degree turn eastward shortly thereafter. Drivers increase their speed to navigate the icy hill in the winter. Sidewalks are located on the north and west side of the street only, while mailboxes are on the east side, where there is no sidewalk. Residents must cross the street quickly without slipping on the ice before the next car accelerates and almost hits them. Children and residents who reside on the south and east side of this part of Arborwood Close must try to cross the street to access the sidewalk, the schools, and the playground, all the while cars are racing up this hill. Attempting to enter or exit the community during school drop-off or pick-off times is a harrowing experience. Parents drop off their children on Arborwood Close, then must make a U-turn in order to exit the community. Many of the drivers do not yield to oncoming traffic. Children and parents are crossing the street, not at the crosswalks, but everywhere. Cars are parked askew with no visibility if there are children between, and so you have no visibility if there's children between them. Adding another at least 230 vehicles at minimum per day will make this even a more perilous situation than it is now. As there is insufficient parking allotted to the proposed development, residents would be required to access transit services. Bus service from the proposed site would require walking up a steep hill along 85th Street Northwest, which has no lighting and is not maintained in winter months. Access to the train station is over a kilometer south along that same utility corridor known as 85th Street, and is unlit and unmaintained. The suggestion that residents of the proposed development would walk from Crowfoot uphill 1.5 kilometers carrying their groceries is unreasonable. There are a multitude of safety concerns for the proposed residents. Civic Works is proposing the delivery of these pre-built structures. They would enter through Arborwood Close and the Mews. As I explained earlier, there is only one entry and one exit out of our community. The community is home to seniors, new parents, families, and we were advised during our online information session that residents may be required to park elsewhere, perhaps not have access to their lanes or their driveways during construction. Seniors with mobility issues would be unable to get groceries, attend appointments, and they would be trapped in their homes during this period. Students would be trying to cross the Mews and the Close to get to school with semis stuck on the road. This is just unreasonable and unacceptable. Civic Works engaged Bunt Engineers, a Vancouver firm, to assess if the residential streets could handle more traffic. Using approved engineering standards on paper, it looks like it would be fine, but they don't live here. They don't see the children playing, the seniors out walking to preserve their ability to age in place, the community activity, the hills, or the icy streets. They see numbers. The engineers are looking after Civic Works. The residents suggested to Civic Works that the proposed development would be more acceptable if it was half of its size. And we were advised that it wouldn't be profitable at that point. So Civic Works is looking after ATCO. So who's looking after the best interest of Arborwood and Arbor Lake? Arbor Lake West was approved, adding 2,200 new residents to our area that will use our roads, our schools, services, our amenities. We do not yet understand the effect of this population growth on the community, as many of these are yet to be populated. So who is looking after the best interest of the residents? I hope today, City Council, that you will.
Ms. Vrooman Robertson, you're just at time.
Okay.
Thank you very
much.
Yeah, thank you
Okay,
so
bye
much
now.
for your presentation. There's no questions for you in the queue. We appreciate you being with us today.
Thank you.
Do we have Christine Gansky?
I had to improvise, so you guys got booklets today because I missed the deadline for presentation, so you're going to get a little bit of a visual, sort of. This site is still a utility right away. I do have an extra note on that. There was an inspector in on August 27th. The journey begins at St. Ambrose School, a pinch that at John Laurie Boulevard where reported dangers have no solutions, no crossing guards because it's too dangerous. The first entry or exit to this development is also the only one for hundreds of others. There's over 800 people stuck at this pinch point if there's an emergency, including a water main break or an accident, which is inevitable. If you continue driving for 5 minutes through narrow, winding, unmaintained roads, past driveways, garages, blind corners, kids and pedestrians, continue to Arborwood Mews, a cul-de-sac on both ends, access to this development through the north end. This development adds up to 100 more people to this cluster of traffic and people. It needs its own road. We bought here because it was understood that this would always be a quiet suburban cul-de-sac. We recently lost 43 acres of wetland and perfection and absorbed over 3,000 people already since the last census, pushing our population density to over 3,095. I am here today optimistic that you will hear our concerns as established community members who know this plan is flawed. Along with over 70 letters of objections, 720 have signed a petition against the development before you today. Next slide. The developer claims this is walkable inner city, easy access to transit, schools, amenities, and daily needs. But it is not as it seems. For one, we are not inner city. Too expensive to help the housing crisis, which is now calming, but it's even too small to even help that. But to us, it's a disaster. 32 dwellings, 3 bedrooms each. That's 96 humans with only 32 parking stalls, plus the 4. And overflow on our roads and laneways, which are both a hazard and a burden to us and our new neighbors. One of the disadvantages of a cul-de-sac is tight parking, which developers have never been able to solve, but ours did. It is not intended to be shared with that many, though. The Bunt report adds 230 daily, 18 hourly trips to our crowded cul-de-sac, which will be destroyed for access to this development, costing us home values. Sorry about my voice. Next slide. Location, location, location. Homes built on a cul-de-sac are worth 20% more. With a U-turn at the bulb, no sidewalk on the west, and the Mews was born as a cul-de-sac. With less than 3,000 square feet that is required to park one vehicle, it's perfect. But that's about to be impeded. We enjoy the perks of reduced traffic, community environment, children playing, riding bikes, and playing sports. For as long as I and Google Earth can even remember, there has always been a basketball net at the bulb. We notice strangers. If you are up to no good, we notice. We look out for each other. And now we will notice parking wars. Next page. There is no extra parking here. We are mostly neighborly and respect each other and our spaces. We park at our homes, by our doors, where we can plug in our cars and shovel them out on several occasions, knowing that shoveled spot will rarely be occupied. With no sidewalk on the west side, we'll all be walking on others' grass, sometimes in deep snow, or soon to be treacherous road to Highcombe. This is dangerous and irritating for all involved. ATCO could easily double their parking. Arborwood is not maintained, plowed, or sanded. Next page. The laneways and the path during the daylight are often slippery, watered down, and in disrepair. This traffic further depletes the lane's life expectancy. Who will pay to repair or maintain it? Each home on the Mews paid between $10,000 and $15,000 to pave that lane. Each had their own reasons, and some were forced, but it was never to be used for a road to a development that is infringing on us. Some have garages and driveways. Our lanes and path is more dangerous than convenient. Next page. After dark, there is no lighting. There is no site view with some fences over 6 feet. This is an invitation for crime. Theft, violence, and drugs are already evident. Would you want your wives or children to park here and walk home alone? See the picture? Even Dover has a lower population density. Our population density is too high already. It costs us money, peace, convenience, and encroaches on everything our properties are intended to be, and as such, it violates the Municipal Government Act. We are a traditional suburban community.
Thank you, Ms. Gansky. You're just at time. Thanks very much for bringing your presentation to us as well.
Thanks.
I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so I am going to call the next speaker. Do we have Simmer Singh?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Simpreet Singh. I'm here to speak against on item number 7.2.15 on land use amendment in Arbor Lake. I have two objections to what's being proposed here. First, overcrowding of catchment schools. As a new parent myself, we made the decision to relocate to Arbor Lake given it has catchment schools for all age groups. While I'm thankful for the city's progressive policies on densification, the application of which has enabled me and my family to find housing in another newly rezoned part of Arbor Lake West, I don't believe the item being discussed here is a step in the right direction when it comes especially to take into account the overcrowding of catchment schools. As mentioned by others, the recent addition of rental townhomes and condo units in Arbor Lake West has added a significant amount of population without there being any increase of capacity in the surrounding schools. As an example, Arbor Lake School, as of today, already serves as an overflow school. Second point being lack of parking and flow of traffic. As mentioned by others, Arbor Lake Mews was designed with the current numbers of houses in mind. While it serves the purpose that it was designed for very well, I'm not confident that by adding additional 32 new units, it will continue to serve the way it does today. There are significant parking and street crowding concerns as again raised by other residents of Arbor Lake Mews. During the information session with the developer, it was brought up by the residents of the houses on Arbor Lake Mews that some of them lack garages and sidewalks, therefore leaving parking in front of their house the only choice. In case of the new proposed parking spots being full, which is very likely given the parking spots are only designed with future residents in mind and not inclusive of all their guests, overflow parking seems to be a problem that has not been fully addressed. The situation would only leave overflow parking available to be on the street. This would make it impossible for the residents of the existing houses to park their cars nearby their dwellings and would be a significant safety hazard on cold winter days where the roads ice up frequently. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be here. Do we have Alice Gordon?
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for letting us speak today. My name is Alice Gordon. I live near the end of Arborwood Mews. I'm quite concerned with the traffic in the new development because there's only one way in and out past John Laurie. If there is ever an emergency, hundreds of people are trapped in, and then they want to add about another 100 people to this disorder. How can this be called a cul-de-sac anymore if people can drive right through it? My other concern is extra traffic on the street, and as far as parking, their report says there is extra parking for them on Arborwood Mews. There is no extra parking on Arborwood Mews. How can they offer up our parking? We all live in harmony here and respect each other's parking space, and that will be the end of that. We don't think it's fair to infringe on us who have been here for almost 30 years in an established neighborhood. Us on the west side of the street don't have a sidewalk. If someone's to park in front of my house, I have to track through the snow on grass buy the cars and walk on the road in winter to get home. That's not feasible for me, my neighbors, or my new neighbors. When it comes to plugging in our cars, if we can't park in front of our homes, we can't plug in and our cars won't start. If we can't park in front of our houses, how do we unload our groceries even? How do our new neighbors? What about those with kids and strollers? If this development has to go forward, please make extra parking for our new neighbors in their development so they don't have to use this street for parking. Please see about another entrance for them so we don't have as much traffic on our cul-de-sac. We are losing our cul-de-sac. How can you call it a cul-de-sac if people can drive right through it? It's no longer a cul-de-sac. As for trying to get home during drop-off and pick-up at the school, parents are picking up kids and you can't get through. People are double parking, kids are walking on the street and coming out from between parked cars. I'm afraid of one or more of them getting run over, and there is near misses there. Parents even park across from the lake, adding to the traffic at the lake. We have a beautiful lake at Arbor Lake, which we pay fees for, and our prices just went up. But you can't get in to use it most days, as it's oversaturated with people as well as traffic. I would like to see this property be a green space or park for our kids. And again, how can they offer up our parking in writing? I know it's a public street, but one of the many advantages of living here is it's not a public street, really, not really. We have all made an effort to make it work, and it does work for us. Thank you for hearing us today. Please help us live in harmony. Be sensitive to the residents already here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so we appreciate you being with us today. Do we have Lisa Eddington? Lisa Eddington? Okay, is there anybody else wishing to speak to item 7.2.15? All right, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I'll close the public hearing on this item. Let's go to questions of administration, starting with Councillor Penner.
Thanks. So just picking up on a couple questions from the speakers, what I'm hearing is some of the traffic issues, if I'm hearing this correctly, some of the traffic issues are more related to other users on the road coming for school pickup and drop off because it's proximal to walk across the field. Is that something that you heard through the application as well?
No.
Okay. I see on the map that we have a road that's there, 85th Street. I'm assuming it's a road that's closed, most likely because it's almost a dead-end street. Was that explored as opening that road at all as part of this application?
Yeah, it's an old closed access. You are correct, Councillor Penner. I think as a part of the overall discussion when we work through the development permit, we would talk about what the future of that road is. That being said, we evaluated the proposed land use for the network that's in place for fire, emergency, transit, et cetera, and are satisfied with the proposal.
Okay, thanks. And then obviously, presumably opening that road and connecting to an alley would also allow different kinds of traffic to then move through and onto Arborwood Mews as well. And so could also have unintended consequences of more vehicle traffic potentially.
If we were to consider something like that, it would most likely be an emergency access only and not a public road.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for administration right now.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. For traffic engineering, just looking at that roadway of the Mews itself, and in particular, looking at the shadows that are shown on Google Earth, do we have sufficient street lights on that Mews to be able to handle the additional volume of traffic going back and forth?
That is a very specific question about street lighting, Councillor Wong. I will tell you that the streets that we have in the city are designed to standard to have a certain amount of lumens at different times of day and night. If there are concerns with the existing streetlights in the area, we can certainly pursue that through the local councillor's office. I haven't heard anything in particular to that on these streets.
Okay. The only reason I asked is back in 2013 when I ran in Ward 2, I actually campaigned in the area at night, and it was actually dark to walk through there. And hearing some of the comments about additional parking up and down the street and kids playing on that block particularly, again, I wonder about the illumination in that area, especially if we put more cars on that street.
Through the chair, it's actually against City of Calgary bylaw to play on the street. That being said, we know what happens from time to time. I have children as well. The way streetlights are designed is that it's kind of, they're not designed specific, they're designed to light up the carriageway, and because of the proximity of sidewalks, those get lit up as well. But if you want to talk further or with the area councillor about streetlights in the area, we can certainly do that. In mobility, we do not believe that is a land use consideration for this file.
Strange. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Thaliwal.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is, when we approve original outline plans and so on, that has all the road network and transportation network built into it, that's the original design. So I just want to understand, when we bring in these kind of ad hoc items, adding more density, how we make sure, like you just said, that roadway infrastructure framework is perfect, it will work for this kind of density. How will we make sure that something that was built for a different purpose will work for something that has changed now?
I'll try to unpack that question a little bit because I don't think I said anything was perfect. I will say that we evaluated the proposal based upon the infrastructure networks that are in place at this time. So looking at the street topology that's there, the connections that are there, the median separated access from the pocket out to the greater area, we were satisfied that the addition of these units, which in a network perspective is fairly minimal. Locally, I understand that it's a bigger concern. But when we look at the network and the access for all the different providers that I mentioned, we're happy to support. We are in support of the application.
Okay, this discussion is more, it sounds like more like my ward too. My other question, second question, as you said, it's sufficient, or not it's sufficient, that it was evaluated against emergency, fire, and so on. What kind of input we take from the fire department? Is it just consult them, or are they part of the discussions when you guys do your modeling? I just want to understand.
Through the chair, fire is a specialist of, we call it DART, the Development Application Review Team, who reviews all land use and development permit subdivision applications in the city. Through the development engineering team, which is represented by myself and Lawrence Wong here, fire is a specialist of development engineering who is circulated on applications for comment and review.
Okay, my last question, and again, this is like my word. Things look so much good on paper. You know, we say the road network is going to work, it's good for this, it's good for that. But how do we make sure that we also take some lived experience, whereas spend some time in the community and understand what is happening there? We don't do that.
From a mobility perspective, we go on site visits all the time. I can't speak for planning, but we do go on site visits to understand what's going on. We listen to residents for that lived experience. There is nothing better than a lived experience to understand what's really happening. And then we do also perform the science and the technical analysis to see if what we're thinking about makes sense. And in this case, the roads are well below what we call the environmental capacity. And the AM/PM peaks, what we're anticipating is one vehicle every 3 to 4 minutes that would generated from this development, and one vehicle every 3 or 4 minutes is something we're fairly comfortable with.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me, Mayor.
I
I just wanted to chime in with one last piece on the planning front, Councillor Dhaliwal, because you asked a really good question about how planning looks at applications and that lived experience, the cumulative effect that's happening. When we're looking at overall community design, both at the very beginning all the way through to these redevelopments, we know that there is going to be incremental intensification. Our MDP, our municipal development plan, actually talks about that. It moves from those 60 to 70 people in jobs in our MDP. So our models are based on a cumulative and incremental growth that's happening in communities. Where we get specific intensification applications like this, we then do a rigorous analysis that looks at all of those layers. Section 129 of the land use bylaw requires that we look at all of the different infrastructure capacities, including fire, but it also requires that we look at this application in the context of that community. And so in this application, the parking is contained on the site for the people that are going to live there. And if there are issues that come up through operations, what Mr. Laboutier is saying is that if we need more illumination on that street, that is something that the city can do. Maybe it's a current, like what Councillor Wong was saying, maybe it's a current condition that needs some attention. Is it going to be exacerbated by this development permit? The connection between having illumination on the sidewalk today and having somebody that's living at the end of the cul-de-sac, it would be something that we would need to see in that context. I hope that provides a little bit more clarity on that.
Well, thank you for elaborating, because lived experience, I just heard from residents, they live there every day.
Of course.
Right? We are predicting the future. They are present. And
Of
present
course.
is what matters.
Of
Thank
course.
you.
And the balance of planning is exactly that, planning for today and looking at what could potentially happen in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Weines, I see you're in the queue for debate, but it hasn't been moved yet. Do you have questions for admin or no? Okay, all right. So I'm going to go to Councillor Penner to move this.
Yeah, thanks. Happy to be moving this item. So a couple things I want council to remember as we go through this. Our minimum district right now is RCG. So if this lot had applied for RCG, the density would be higher and the parking requirements would be less. But because we are going with an innovative project, with an innovative product and a certainty through DC, which actually because of the modular product is actually there's a certainty in the built form, we know what we are actually getting, which we don't always know at a land use application. So we are getting 16 3-bedrooms and 16 singles on this parcel. What I've heard from the community is the strong sense of community that they've built with each other and the neighborliness that they've built with each other. And I would like to assume and predict that that is something that they would extend to future neighbors. It's a contextually sensitive development. It's a family-oriented build in a family-oriented community. When I think about this built form in comparison to some other projects that we have across the city, both recent and historical, the cluster of townhomes located at the end of a cul-de-sac is something we've actually seen in many, many neighborhoods. I can think of many across Ward 11 that I can experience and showcase, and we don't have any more significant challenges with parking or with children being able to connect on the street or with neighbors getting to know each other. I had a similar lot in Acadia that ATCO brought forward that the community did view as a green space, but truly was just a land that was currently sitting undeveloped and underdeveloped, and that is what we have here. We have a site that is close to schools, that is close to amenities, and that is, bus ride away towards a lot of things between shopping and the university, and we have an opportunity to show that we can be a leader in this city in a different kind of built form by a local developer, and to try something new and novel that can actually really improve, I think, the affordability of housing, the speed at which we do housing, and is introducing something new to the market which can increase competitiveness. And while those may not be policy decisions, when we look at the broader policy of what we're trying to achieve as the city, innovation is one of those things. And I would be truly sad if we couldn't take that step forward here on something that is absolutely well suited to the neighborhood.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Walcott, thank you. Do you wish to weigh in or just second?
Yeah, I'll weigh in quickly. Some of the speakers, you pinged my interest in some of the things that you were doing, that you were saying, and one of them was the basketball in the alley. I was really interested in that because you were like, go back on Google Earth and it's always there. So I did, because I was curious. I wanted to see. But what caught my eye wasn't the basketball court, it was the barbed wire fence. It was. And that's what was something that stuck with me in this conversation is when this neighborhood was built and we're talking about, holding things in time, how was it designed? What was it designed for? ATCO had a barbed wire fence at the end of that cul-de-sac there that goes from every image from 2002 up until 2016, on top of the white picket fence, which you could see slowly degrade. The roads change. At the end of this cul-de-sac was once that ATCO facility, and it changed. And what I'm hearing actually is that the community is asking for it to change differently. Instead of saying housing, they're just saying park. But the reality is that the change happened in this space already. So then I kept following up. I wanted to just push a little further. One of the residents did a traffic count, and I was like, that's really interesting. That's a significant part of what the city does. I love our traffic count website, maybe too much. Sorry, Shane. And the counts were similar, right? And the counts in the rest of the area were done over several years. And so with growth and change and all the things that are going on in this community, to Mr. Laboudier's point about a few cars per minute is that the numbers were consistent over repeated studies. That even though there was growth, the numbers only changed by 1 or 2 an hour, and then there was growth, and they still only changed at a lot of these major intersections. I was clicking through them vigorously. All to suggest that the question of whether or not at the absolute peak you have 32 or you have 64, even if everyone were to double, right, and somehow find parking and 2 cars per unit, 64 over the course of a day, 64 over the course of an hour is only 1 a minute. And that was the primary concern that I heard about the infrastructure, was just traffic. And by all intents and purposes, including the member from Arbor Lake, the volunteer, who did their own count, it all lines up the same to say that it's not going to be significant on the broader network. The last thing I noticed is that there was a lot of conversation about Dover. And I don't know why. And I always get triggered in the Northeast whenever someone's just comparing any neighborhood to something in the Northeast, Southeast area. And I often wonder if it's location, whatever. So I looked at some of the population densities, and Dover is denser than Arbor Lake with this and with West Arbor Lake. I added 3,000 units or 3,000 people, to the numbers. I added the density of the populations, and it's still denser. It's smaller and has more people. So with all that said, I'm not sure where that comparison lands, and I think that this is an appropriate innovation, so I support.
Thank you. Let's go to, there's no conversation from the audience. I'm sorry. You had your chance. Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wyness, please.
Thanks. As you can tell, I'm not moving this, so you can tell I'm going to ask, don't support it. When we talk about this built form, and throughout my ward, especially in my new communities, we are getting a lot of row houses. We're still building out Arbor Lake West with high-density apartments, and it's still filling in. So expect those traffic counts to escalate. The community is asking, we asked to have it halved so that we could actually balance out what's happening in this community. Our schools are full because we are busing in kids again from new communities because schools aren't built there, and yet we have, I get it, population growth. These are also smaller scale, narrow unit houses that the contextual design of this is not being respectful of. And this type of density, when I go into my new communities, have more than one way to enter and exit. Pull up the map. I'm sure in your communities that you're referring to, it's not just all the way in a dead end. 85th is actually our bike path, and you can, on the odd night, find a car driving down it instead of people walking. So it's not safe. What the community is asking for is the support in sending this back with a no vote so we can actually build something that will work for this area. It's the very end of the city. This isn't an inner city neighborhood. And I think when we're bringing up Dover is areas where the build up, not out conversation, we want to see higher density so that it's not easily passed in the suburbs right at the crux of Crowchild and Stony Trail. I went out and the community came out. We had a great conversation and they shared all the concerns, the massing of this, looking into people's backyards, looking into the backyards at the end of the cul-de-sac. How does it function? This community has already experienced challenges, and as much as we advocate even for more transit, it's still a long ways to come for the suburbs. So let's put density in the empty donut where it needs to go. And we saw the opposition to some of those when we do public hearing, but I side with the community on this one. And if you take the time to talk to them, they're right on this one. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Spencer, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just point out that this is lighter than most developments in suburban neighborhoods. I really resonate with comments from Councillor Penner talking about it's not uncommon to find a multifamily tucked in. I actually lived in one in Hidden Valley and really loved it. This will be a desirable place to live in terms of its access to great public amenities, really close to the Rotary Mattamy Greenway. You can jump on a bike, get to the train station. This is a pretty great spot, very close to green space, very close to schools. This is exactly the kind of place when an opportunity like this comes forward that we should be capitalizing on as a city. I also just want to speak to the fact that one of the things that we are carrying as a city is we all know we need to modernize. We all know that we need to incorporate more housing, more density. But the argument is about where it goes and how we put it into the communities. And I don't love this inner versus outer community debate that we have that, for all intents and purposes, just makes the entire conversation really mucky. So I would encourage us not to say not here, put it elsewhere. And it doesn't feel great when I hear my council colleagues say that. We all need to do our piece, especially when it's a project like this that's well situated. The land, yes, it could turn into a community garden. Yes, it could turn into many other things. But this is privately owned land. This is not MR. This is land perfect for this kind of a development. One other element I'd love to just enter into debate is this neighborhood. I just brought up the home ages. This cul-de-sac, the homes were built 30 years ago. We have a long-form conversation in this city about life cycling our infrastructure and about how we are going to tackle the challenges that are in front of us when it comes to infrastructure. One of the ways you break your adaptability and your resilience is you cast our city in amber. You make it unable to adapt. You make it unable to meet the challenges that are coming at us day over day, month over month, year over year. This is going to add anywhere from 50 to 75K a year to life cycle infrastructure. This is 32 more homes to use existing amenities. It doesn't make sense to vote against this, in my opinion. I would really strongly encourage my colleagues to vote for it.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Carra, please.
Yeah, I just want to vibe off of Councillor Spencer's argument before making sort of the key point I'd like to make. And I just want to say that, you know, we encourage not building cul-de-sacs moving forward because we know that they absolutely do not pay their freight in terms of the taxes they collect versus the services they consume versus their downstream impact on other neighbors in the community. And, you know, this is sort of a cul-de-sac, but it also has two alleyways. So the infrastructure load on this site is pretty heavy, and adding more units will go a long way towards balancing the cost of infrastructure versus the tax base that's supporting it. Now on to my argument. I want to just note that I don't think that this will negatively impact anyone living on the street. I know that we have a serious housing crisis, and the main thing I want to touch in my argument is that this is an incredibly innovative approach to housing with the modular construction. You know, we know that across North America over the last many decades, productivity, efficiency in almost every industry is an inevitable result of just market forces. Construction productivity has not gone up, it's gone down. And we are not going to be able to scale the challenge of housing people until we find a way to do that. And what ATCO is doing, taking their expertise in building trailers and converting that expertise into high quality housing, which is going to really strike a blow for efficiency, it's going to move the market in a significant way. And the last thing we can do here, especially given that this is going to be no impact on the surrounding neighbor, it's not going to impact their quality of life, it's not going to impact their property values, it's going to give their kids a cooler trick-or-treating experience on the street because it's going to create some trick-or-treatable bookends on the end. But what it's going to do is it's going to significantly start to change the productivity and the efficiency of construction in the city of Calgary. And that's something that absolutely needs to happen. And if our regulatory system denies that from happening on a privately owned piece of land where there will be no negative impacts to the surrounding neighborhood, we're not doing things right. I understand that the local neighborhood is concerned about the change. I am not concerned that their fears will be borne out. I think this is fine, and I think we have to do it.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Three things. When we talk about the modular home, I think this is, as previous speaker said, this is an innovative way to get quality homes built rather quickly, and again in a way that people can look at standards that are consistent. Second part, when we talk about illumination of streets and saying it's not a consideration, I find that difficult to understand because safety on the street is just as important whether you're driving or walking across the street or kids are playing on there, and it has to be a consideration. Public safety on roadways is just as important. The third thing I'll say, though, is that when we talk about adding density at the end of this muse here and saying there's too much density or there's density that's already been taken in other parts of Harbour Lake, we just had debate on 19th Street and West Hillhurst adding stories, 6 stories on the area. We had debates in IPC the other day about Riley and having Riley local area plan adding more density on 19th Street, 16th Avenue, 3 blocks, 6 streets, and more density, 6 stories. And saying that this area in the suburban area can't take more density, but yet shove it down 16th Avenue, a highway there, you can do it. I have a hard time understanding the logic of where you can and where you can't put density. If we're going to put density, then do it consistently across the area. I hear the concerns of the folks in Harbour Lake, and again, back in up until 2014, I lived in that area and campaigned in the area, and I hear your concerns about the type of community you want to preserve and connect. And having said that, again, somebody said to me earlier, the city is growing. We're getting to a 2 million population city. We all have to evolve and accept change in our area. I'm hoping that ATCO and your developers, when you do it with the community's concerns and building in better access to the area and be able to look at 85th Street and see how we can add additional proper roadway in the area. But again, those are things that we, part and parcel of growing of a city. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan.
Thanks. This is an interesting debate. I had a very similar application come in Ward 3, and I can tell you exactly how they end up impacting the neighborhood. And fundamentally, it does come down to parking. The reality is, people will want 2 parking stalls even if they don't have one. But I think where I agree with some of the comments by Councillor Wong is just that we do not guarantee people parking. The public right-of-way is the public right-of-way, and it's not yours, and it's not anyone's, it's public. And what the public chooses to do with it, they have to compete for those spots. Sometimes people go for residential parking permits as a result of that. But I think when we decide to make the decision on the basis of purely of parking, we just end up denying people housing. And great book, High Cost of Free Parking, if anyone wants to read it. But in the inner city, we definitely do make these same comments about, if you want
parking on site, you have to pay for it. And many of the people in this neighborhood do have parking on site in their back garages, and they'll have to use those. And so in my neighborhood, a lot of people were parking on the street because they were keeping things in their garages. And this neighborhood, I know that because they don't have the front-facing garages, a lot of people like to park in the front part of the street, but they'll have to park in the back because it will be more competition for on-street parking. But that is something that everyone has a right to. You don't have an inherent right to park in front of your house. And that's a huge cultural shift that people have to make. But if we don't make that shift, we just will never, ever provide enough housing for people in this country. And that's very much a standard in many other parts of the world. And I think it's increasingly the direction that we're going to have to go. So I think the housing and the density is fine. I sympathize with the community that you probably will have more competition for on-street parking. But if you have paid for parking, if you have a garage, you'll still have a place to park. But you are correct that when it comes to in front of your house, there probably will be more people who will be trying to use that. And they have just as much of a right to it as does someone just coming from out of town coming in to park in your neighborhood. Nobody has more right to the street. And that's something we have to accept if we're ever going to even come close to providing enough housing for people. And that fundamentally, in the hierarchy of needs that people have, is the most important one. So you might have to walk a little bit further, but most people who in the neighborhood have their own garage, and hopefully it's cleaned out and you can park in it. So I will be supporting this application.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Back over to you to close, Councillor Penner.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks so much. So just a couple thank yous. Thanks to administration for working through with the applicant. I know that this product is new and something that we're having to work through. So kudos to you on that. Also, thank you to Matt and Christy for the tour. If any of my colleagues haven't gone for the tour at ATCO, I would highly encourage you to reach out and actually go take a look at the prototype units. There are always challenges that come with development, but there is also opportunities. In this case, I see the challenges that I'm hearing presented by the community, whether it's snow clearing or lighting or safety. They exist regardless of this development. And I hope you know, and I'm sure she is, that Councillor Winus will be working on that. But sometimes the challenge and the opportunity is that you can leverage this. You can leverage this to your benefit, the incremental change. And more people actually means more advocates for some of those same things that you want. Snow clearing, better bike routes, better bus routes. Those are more people who can work alongside you to get those changes that I hear that you're seeking in your neighborhood. I think this is a great application. I hope that we see more of these come forward, and I hope that you can all support this. Closed.
E-scribe to vote.
Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is carried 7-6 with Councillor McLean, Councillor Winus, Councillor Thaliwal, Councillor Chu, Councillor Sharp, and Councillor Chabot voting against. First reading of bylaw 10D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chu, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Chabot, and Councillor McLean and Councillor Winus are opposed, and that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 10D 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councils opposed, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 10D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 10D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none. Oh, sorry. The same division of councillors are opposed, and that is carried. That takes us to item 7.3.1, and I think Mr. Jones, you are with us for this one.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Steve Jones, and I'm the Coordinator of Planning, Advisory and Coordination. The next item on your agenda is proposed amendments to the online advertising for planning matters bylaw in order to add road closures to the list of items that are no longer required to be advertised in the newspaper. Next slide, please. The recommendation before you is that Council give 3 readings to the proposed amendments to the online advertising for planning matters bylaw, included in the report package before you as attachment 2. Next slide, please. The City of Calgary has made great leaps in simplifying and digitizing processes over the last several years in order to better serve the evolving needs of Calgarians. Several such changes related to similar public notices that have been moved online include the appeal notices for the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, public notices for development permits, and public works and property tax notices. Most recently, Council approved the online advertising for planning matters bylaw that allows planning matters under Part 17 of the Municipal Government Act to be advertised online. Next slide, please. Road closure applications are contained within Part 3 of the Municipal Government Act and are therefore not currently subject to the bylaw, although they typically do accompany a land use application. Currently, road closures are being advertised in both the Calgary Herald and electronically on calgary.ca. Road closures, like all other planning matters, are also advertised through the placement of notice boards on subject properties, as well as updating communications on the city's development map, also known as DMAP. Next slide, please. The proposed amendments before you would expand the definition of planning matters to include Part 3 of the Municipal Government Act. This would enable the city to advertise road closures on calgary.ca rather than in the newspaper. This is consistent with administration's current practices on advertising planning matters, which is felt brings planning matters to the attention of most residents in the area to which the planning matters relate. Next slide, please. As with the transition a few years ago to online advertising for planning matters, the proposed amendments will create several areas of benefit. These include streamlining the advertising process, allowing administration to manage the process without needing to consult a third party, saving time and resources, lessening the city's reliance on paper, reinforcing calgary.ca as the information hub for all municipal matters, providing a consistent and predictable place for the public to find information, and finally, a minor reduction in costs. Next slide, please. For the reasons outlined in the presentation and the report before you, administration believes that adding road closures to the electronic method of advertising planning matters will continue to bring planning matters to the attention of the majority of residents in the area to which the planning matters relate, and will remove the requirement to advertise in the newspaper consistent with other planning matters. As such, it is recommended that Council give 3 readings to the proposed amendments to the online advertising planning matters bylaw. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I am not seeing any questions for this. Can I get a mover? Councillor Sharp, did you want to open on it?
Yeah, I'll just move this. We had a pretty good discussion at IPC when this first came. I know times are changing, and we talked about some improvements you guys can make for folks that may not have access to a lot of the online stuff. So happy to see this progressing over the numerous years this has actually been going on. So congratulations on the work. But that's it. Am I good? Okay. Oh, I'm done.
Thanks. Councillor Chabot, before I come to you, because it is a planning item, I did forget to open the public hearing. So just checking, is there anyone who wanted to speak to this item? Hearing and seeing none, we'll call the public hearing closed. Thank you, clerks, for that reminder. Councillor Chabot, you were in the queue. Did you want to second it? Or you want to debate or ask questions? Debate? Okay. Can I just get someone to second this, please? Councillor Walcott, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Chabot.
Thank you. Well, I'll not try and belabor the point too much. I've brought this up before in other matters similar to this from my perspective, because there's minimal cost savings. I think it should be an and situation and not an or situation. So I'm not supportive of the idea of discontinuing our hard print advertisement. I think we should be continuing to do both, the online as well as the print, especially to support some of those seniors that still rely heavily on print. So I'll be voting against it.
Councillor McLean.
Yeah, real briefly as well, because I agree with Councillor Chabot. Print is good for a lot of people, but from my understanding, it's going to be disappeared within a year. I don't think the Herald or Sun are going to be around in a year. So I think we're just going with the times. Online, it is, whether we like it or not. Sorry, I'll support.
Okay, just seeing no further debate, Councillor Sharp to close.
I am closed.
Great. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Demong, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Penner, all votes are in.
If you can display the votes, please. That is carried 11-2 with Councillor Chu and Councillor Chabot voting against. First reading of bylaw 5M 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chu and Councillor Chabot opposed. Here, so that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 5M 2025. Any opposed? Same division of councillors opposed. That is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 5M 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 5M 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors. Councillor Chair, you also opposed the third reading. Okay, same division of councillors opposed. That is carried. We have 3 minutes left. So council, a couple things that are before us. We could do 732 before the break. There is also a request from the community who is here and wanting to present on item 7.3.3. Would you be comfortable at least getting through the public presentation portions of 7.3.3 before we go for our dinner break, so that they're not having to wait for the hour plus for us to come back? Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Can I at least get general consent to finish item 7.3.2? Okay, so we will at least finish 7.3.2 and then we will deal with 7.3.3. Do we need a presentation, council, on 7.3.2? I am not hearing a presentation. Thank you, Ms. Maximanis-White, for being here with us today. Can I have someone move the recommendations? Councillor Chabot? Oh yeah, public hearing. I need to open the public hearing. Anyone to speak on 7.3.2? Hearing no one wanting to speak to 7.3.2, I will close the public hearing. Thanks, Councillor Dollywell, for the reminder. Can I get someone to move it? Councillor Chabot wants to move it? No, Councillor Sharp wants to move it. Go ahead, Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, I'm happy to move this. I'm happy to see that we've made some changes to the way we're kind of cutting red tape when it comes to getting houses built faster than we were before. And I'm happy to see the administration work with members of council to come up with a creative way. And I know this is just, I think this is one of the last pieces to the puzzle moving forward. So great job on all this work and way to take the initiative. So.
Second.
Okay, so Councillor Chabot wants a second. Councillor Spencer, go ahead.
Just wanted to weigh in real briefly and just say as I've been sitting with this item in particular, one of the pieces that I'm a little concerned about related to this is just with the removal of councillors. This really is, CPC is like planning school for councillors. So I don't know that I don't have anything at this point, but maybe just a conversation with administration in the future about what will fulfill that role. Because it's a big commitment to sit on planning commission for anyone that endeavors to do it, and that's definitely been one of the biggest pieces that I've heard from those that spend the time on it. So, just wanted to, I will be supporting this, but I just wanted to flag. I think we should have a conversation about that.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Sharp. Back to you.
Yeah, I think, Councillor Spencer, I think what's important, if we looked at the research that administration did, is they did environmental scan. I believe members of council on other cities don't sit on this, and it truly is a technical review. But I think that if you have some issues, please feel free to give that feedback back to administration. But they did do their due diligence to look at other municipalities. So, closed.
Thank you so much. Okay. Councillor Demong, you are late. Is it procedure? You're just gonna, all right, we're calling it closed. Can we go to e-scribe to vote, please?
Councillor McLean, your vote, please.
Yes.
Councillor Chu, your vote, please. Councillor Demong, your vote, please.
Yes, my apologies for having trouble with Wi-Fi.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Penner, all votes are in.
If you can display the votes, that is carried 13-0. Okay, Council, we have 3 sets of bylaw readings to get through. So first reading of bylaw 6P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 6P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 6P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Third reading of bylaw 6P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second set of bylaw readings. First reading of bylaw 7P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 7P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 7P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 7P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Last bylaw reading, first reading of bylaw 8P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 8P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 8P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 8P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. So council, that could bring us to item 7.3.3. I would be looking for someone to move that we suspend the dinner recess in order to, so I see that Councillor Walcott is willing to move that.
Sorry, yes, I'll be willing to move it. But before this happens, little did we know that this was actually Jennifer Maximatis White's last presentation to council.
Let's give Jen some thanks.
Thank you for recognizing her, Councillor Walcott. We will miss Ms. Maximatis White very much. Thank you for all of your years of service.
Thank you, Jen. Okay, so Councillor Walcott wants
also
to
move
the
to suspend
suspension
procedure bylaw.
of the dinner recess in order to get through the presentation and the public hearing portion. Is there anyone opposed to that? Councillor Wong is opposed, which means we're going to need to put a motion on the floor and vote on that. So clerks, I'm sorry, would you have that ready for us? Okay, so that would be ready. Can I get someone to second that for Councillor Walcott? Councillor Spencer is gonna second that. So council, just to be clear, we would get through the administrative presentation on the updates to the Westbrook Communities Local Area Plan Heritage Guidelines Policy Amendment. We then have 5 public speakers. We can do them as a panel. So we'll do them as a, and they'll look at them nodding in agreement. Thank you so much, public. And then we will break right after the public hearing and then return to the item after the dinner break. So that motion is being moved by Councillor Walcott and seconded by Councillor Spencer. Yeah. Yeah. All right, if you can go to e-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Demong, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Carra, your vote, please.
Yeah, I'm a yes. Didn't come
Thank
up on
you.
my e-scribe.
Deputy Mayor, all votes are in.
If you can display the votes, please. That is carried 10-3 with Councillors McLean, Winus, and Wong voting against. I'm wondering if anyone would like to bring a motion to start calling Councillor Demong Eeyore? No? Okay. Okay. Council, do we need a presentation from administration? Is anyone wanting a presentation from administration on this item? You should take a present. Okay, go. So I don't have who's presenting this to us. Oh, Miss Bussier is presenting to us. I'm sorry, I just read it wrong. Go ahead.
Thank you for the suspension. It's much appreciated. My name is Michelle Bussier with City and Regional Planning. I'm here today to present item 7.3.3, an amendment to the Westbrook Communities Local Area Plan to replace interim heritage guideline policy with more specific heritage guidelines. I would like to note that Clerks has provided a replacement for the Westbrook Communities Heritage Guidelines Implementation Guide, attachment 4. This is to amend a typo on page 6, kindly identified by Councillor Chabot at Infrastructure and Planning Committee. Today, I ask the Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw 3P 2025 for the amendments to the Westbrook Communities Local Area Plan, and give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw 4P 2025 for the amendments to the land use maps in the land use bylaw to include the heritage guideline areas. And I'm sorry, could we please move to slide 3? The Westbrook Communities Local Area Plan was approved on April 25th, 2023 with heritage guidelines placeholder policy. Late in the plan's development, administration identified that the community of Shaganapie had a substantially enough concentration of heritage assets that it warranted inclusion as a heritage guideline area. Engagement had already been completed and the local area plan rescheduled to be presented to the Infrastructure and Planning Committee. Administration added heritage guidelines placeholder policy and a heritage guideline area map to ensure the historical significance of these few blocks were identified. Rather than set back approval of the local area plan by having to re-engage, administration committed to revisit the heritage guidelines at a later date. A recent increase in the number of applications in this heritage guideline area suggested that it was time to amend the heritage guidelines placeholder policy. Placeholder policy will be replaced with more specific policy, setting clear expectations for redevelopment in the heritage guideline area and ensuring contextual sensitivity to surrounding heritage assets. Amendments to the land use maps and the land use bylaw are included so that the guidelines can be applied to new development through the discretionary development permit process. The heritage guideline area where these policies will apply is indicated in red on the map. Next slide, please. Community members have expressed an interest in preserving this area by honoring the existing historical character. As indicated on the previous slide, the community of Shaganapie represents a very small concentration of heritage assets in the Westbrook communities, and as such, warrants redevelopment that is sensitive to maintaining the unique character of this area. To help develop the guideline policy, the project employed a variety of targeted engagement and communication tactics. This included engagement with a working group where the policies were developed over the course of several months, in-person and online public engagement, and mail-outs to residents living in the heritage guideline area. Upon presentation of the heritage guidelines, the public was encouraged to provide feedback through the city's Engage portal. Feedback received was strongly in support of the proposed guidelines. Next slide, please. As directed by Council, the guidelines address general characteristics of buildings rather than enforcing strict architectural rules and reference key design elements of existing heritage assets in the area. These include site and landscape design, roofs and massing, front facades, and windows, materials, and details. Heritage guidelines will ensure that new development is contextually sensitive to the area's historic character, draws design references from nearby heritage assets, and aligns with the vision of current and future local area plans. Heritage guidelines do not prescribe historical architectural design, nor do they limit the number of dwelling units or housing type. The purpose of the heritage guidelines is not to prevent redevelopment, but to ensure redevelopment is sensitive to the existing heritage character of the area. Next slide, please. In closing, I ask that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw 3P to 2025 for the amendments to the Westbrook Communities Local Area Plan, and give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw 4P 2025 for the amendments to the land use maps in the land use bylaw to include the heritage guideline area. IPC supports the recommendation and recommends Council's approval. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are going to open the public hearing. I have 5 speakers. There are chairs, so you can just come on down. I have Mike Groveu, Michael Willem, Susan Morrison, Allison Shuchuk, and Robert McManus. It looks like you're all here in person. Is that correct?
Correct.
Great. Is there anyone else online who's wishing to speak to item 7.3.3? Okay, so not hearing any. As I don't know your faces and names, just introduce yourself and then go ahead and you each have 5 minutes.
We'll be as brief as possible. Certainly appreciate you extending the session and bypassing dinner. Madam Mayor, councillors, my name is Mike Groveu. I'm a resident of Shaganapie and a co-lead on this Heritage Committee initiative and member of the Community Association's Development Committee as well. I also live in the proposed Heritage Guideline blocks. Although Shaganapie has many heritage homes scattered throughout The 3 blocks in question here between 17th Avenue and 14th Avenue, running from 24th Street to 25A, have a particular high density of older homes, many of them dating back to the 1900s. Within these 3 blocks, 29 of the 59 houses clearly fit the criteria of heritage homes. Furthermore, the designs of many of the more recent redevelopments have paid homage to the original architecture of the area, my house included. So at the invitation of the city, we created a resident committee and that was formed. Our committee provided city staff with basic data for the study, including construction dates, streetscape photos, and also we asked a resident on each street to engage in door-to-door consultations to ensure every homeowner was aware of the process and what was being proposed. 3 productive committee meetings with heritage staff, Calgary City heritage staff had been held, followed by 2 public engagement sessions, 1 in person, 1 on Zoom. And residents from the 3 blocks and from the wider community also participated. The public sessions were led by the city staff and committee members who provided information to the homeowners affected by this proposed designation and followed up with Q&A sessions and gathered comments in written and verbal form. The results of the meeting clearly demonstrated that the proposed heritage designation has a very strong support both within the community or in the areas affected as well as the extended community. While specific architectural qualities are an important part of the proposed guidelines, the committee also found that there was extremely strong support for maintaining the mature urban forest that currently exists. To that end, an important recommendation is being made that the current front yard setbacks on these blocks be maintained. They not only provide a key heritage element, but they also help ensure the existing tree canopy is not put in jeopardy by redevelopment. Together with the architectural guidelines, we believe that the proposed setback rules will ensure that the heritage quality of these 3 unique blocks are maintained. Consequently, Madam Mayor and councillors, it is our recommendation that council passes the heritage guidelines as presented. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you so much. On to the next presenter.
Thank you. Let me start by saying I'm breaking a strict personal rule here by not getting between people and their coffee or their dinner. My name is Alan Shuchuk, and I'm very happy to be here to speak to you all. I live at 1722 25 A Street Southwest, where my family's lived for 35 years. My comments tonight are how this process for these guidelines working with the city has actually changed my view of my home and why I hope my story will help you support these guidelines. I always thought that we had a unique house, probably the most unique in Shaganappi, and maybe the most unique in Calgary. And if you could put up the first PDF I sent. There you go. So there's our house. And as you can see, it's brick, which is unique, and we'll talk about that in a second. It's also got a really unique roof line, some eyebrow windows at the top, a big veranda. And if you go to the second PDF I sent you. This is our backyard, and you can see the structure in the back, which is also brick. That is not a garage. That is a carriage house. It was built for a horse and buggy. It does not fit a car, but we have a really unique backyard and a beautiful place to gather. So all my thinking about this uniqueness really changed in this process. But I need to just tell you about the history of our house. Where Shaganappi is on the top of Bow Trail, all the way to Sarcee was a ranch. It was annexed by the city in 1910, and then it was set up for subdivision around 1912. Those numbers become important because what happened is Calgary was in a boom. This is the Calgary part of the story. There's another part later, but it was in a boom. And the problem was when they started to build in Calgary, they didn't have enough building materials. So the powers that be went far and wide, and they ended up in Ohio, and they ended up finding a guy who was a ceramic and brick expert and talked him into moving into Calgary. He came, Mr. Worcester, he got the lot, He built a brick factory called the Trugillis Clay Products Factory in Wildwood, just at the edge of where the Shaganappi Golf Course is. And the first thing he did is he built our house. Here's the second part of the Calgary story. In 1913, there was a bust, followed by World War I, and so everything stopped. So in terms of Shaganappi, in terms of the 29 houses that my neighbor here talked about that are heritage houses, everything stopped in 1913, and nothing happened again west of there until about 1963. So in the process here, the city engaged us. They did a fantastic job. Our first meeting, they explained these guidelines. Particularly, that didn't mean that people couldn't develop their houses. That was important to the community, but that the houses that would be developed would be in the character of these heritage houses. The most important meeting was the second meeting, because they brought photographs of all of the houses in the neighborhood that met this criteria. And what I saw were similar roof lines to mine, similar windows, similar facades. Some of them had widow walks. Some of them had beautiful verandas. The windows on the main floor were the same. The foundations were the same. And I realized at that point that my house was not unique with all these common things, but what it was a really unique house in a really unique group of houses in a really unique small island historical area. This forced my wife and I to go walking in the neighborhood to see firsthand, and I just can tell you this, there is an absolute groove to Shaganappi when you walk through it. And that's what these guidelines are purporting to protect, and I'm all for it, as are neighbors. And in that regard, I just want to end and thank you for your time by saying thank you to my neighbors. It was a really fantastic community experience. People really added a lot to this, and the city listened to us. And thank you mostly for the people from the city that had these meetings, because it was absolutely first class. They were very good at explaining things. They listened to us, and I think we have a really superior product here in these guidelines. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate you hearing me.
Thanks. That was a groovy presentation.
Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor and Council members. My name is Susan Morrison. I'm here to speak in support of the Westport Community Local Areas Heritage Guidelines Policy Amendment. I'm here speaking as an individual, but also as a longstanding member of the Shaganappi community who lives within the 6-block area of the proposed Heritage Guidelines. I've lived in my home for the past 34 years, and for 30 years prior to that, I visited on many occasions, as it was the home of my maternal grandparents and where my mom grew up. A one-of-a-kind home, it was built in 1930 by my grandfather, and it has remained relatively unchanged on the exterior, with the exception of the asphalt roof that replaced the original shakes after one of Calgary's notorious hailstorms, and rebuilt front stairs. It has a plaster exterior and 18 identical 4.5-foot-long French casement windows to let the natural light flood in, and a yard that includes numerous mature trees, some perhaps as old as the house itself, if not older, that provide a beautiful green canopy in spring and summer and a flood of orange and yellow in the fall. My home is one of 6 out of 10 on my side of 25th Street Southwest that was built over 95 years ago, with 4 of these homes being 110 years old and older. And as you have already heard, there are many more homes within this 6-block area that meet the criteria for heritage homes. On the opposite side of 25th Street, 6 of the 9 homes have full residence-wide west-facing verandas, design elements that are just one of the several identified as adding to the historic and storied character of the neighborhood. And if I may say, I believe the character of each of these homes, whether heritage or not, is as special as my own. If you're unfamiliar with this area, I will let you know that it is a unique and special little enclave that is bordered by the ever more busy 17th Avenue to the south and the serene outdoor space of Shaganappi Park with its designated habitat area and beautiful natural creek and walking trail to the north. This is a park space for skaters and toboggans in the winter and tennis and picnics in the warmer weather, and it provides a gathering space for the members of the community in its spacious log cabin-like building. As a child, my grandfather told me the gnomes lived in the bush and trees along the creek, and that we were never to go there without an adult, so that the gnomes did not abscond with us. And when I now walk there with my dog, I find myself looking for signs of those gnomes. All 3 of the 3 streets in the proposed heritage guidelines areas have tree-lined boulevards, and while there are certainly some newer homes within the 6-block area, all have respected the front yard setbacks of the original heritage homes, and together these 2 elements have helped to promote the park-like setting that has always existed in this community. I ask the council to please approve the heritage guidelines for a community and an area of Shaganappi that I have always loved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Robert McManus. I live on the 1700 block of 25th Street, which is in the heart of the Heritage Planning area. I also participated as a member of the Heritage Guideline Working Group. However, I do not live in one of the area's heritage homes. My wife and I built our home in the community in 2010, the newest home on the street. Prior to this, we lived several blocks west of the area. We would often walk through the proposed heritage area because we loved the pleasant streetscape, mature trees, and the general character of the area. On one of those walks, we noticed 2 adjacent parcels for sale on 25th Street. One for an older home, now our neighbors, and the second for an adjacent empty lot. We purchased the empty lot. These 2 parcels were part of an original 85-foot lot which had been purchased and subdivided by a local developer. The home, built in 1913, had been built on the north one half of the lot. We purchased the empty south side empty lot, and we later learned it had been maintained as a World War I victory garden and remained as a large side garden in the subsequent years. In building our home, we worked with our designer to try and ensure that our home fit in with the general character of the neighborhood. We incorporated architectural elements such as steeply pitched gables, characteristic window design and treatment, and a front sitting porch, which seems so characteristic of the streetscape. I tell you this story for 2 reasons. One, at the time we built our home, we did not have guidance such as the Heritage Guideline policy. I think such a policy would have helped us look broader than just in our neighbors and helped us improve and do a better job. Secondly, I believe these guidelines will provide appropriate guidance to future developments in this area, which will inevitably occur. I would like to add that fortunately, the original home adjacent to us was subsequently purchased by a young couple who, rather than knocking it down, rolled up their sleeves and did a down to the studs renovation on the interior, but didn't touch the original 1913 exterior. In closing, I urge you to accept this amendment to the Westbrook Local Area Plan. It will certainly help maintain the character of this area that we value as residents, but maybe more importantly, I also believe that it will provide a public interest benefit to future Calgarians who may be taking an evening stroll through our area and appreciate the streetscape and a little bit of Calgary's history. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being with us tonight. By process of elimination, Mr. Willem.
Thank you. Good evening, Deputy Mayor Penner and members of council. My name is Mike Wilhelm. I'm the president of the Shaganappi Community Association. I'm here to convey Shaganappi's strong support on these heritage guidelines. Along with Ron Goodfellow, our planning advisor, we oversaw the process on behalf of the Community Association. Neither of us are residents of the guideline area itself, therefore our role was to oversee the sufficiency of the engagement process and provide background on the larger Westbrook local area planning process. We thought it important for residents to speak to their own interests. This is a process which we will maintain and improve an area that is already contributing to the community. I attended all the resident meetings and open house sessions. The engagement was excellent. Residents in the committee were committed and knowledgeable. And the result we see today is the outcome of a very collaborative process led by Jeffrey Haggett and Michelle Bergier. The outcomes are practical enough to allow a reasonable amount of development where needed in the area. Accordingly, the Shaganappi Community Association strongly supports the policy and land use amendments which preserve already successful streetscapes in the small but critically important part of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. I will put out one last call. Are there any other public speakers for 7.3.3? Okay, so hearing none, I will call the public hearing closed. So council, where we are at is when we return, there will be questions of administration, moving, and the bylaws. So if you have that, Councillor Dhaliwal on procedure.
Yeah, Chair, I'm just putting it out. Let's reduce the dinner break to 30 minutes. I don't know if there could be a consensus. If not, there's clerks have something ready.
Okay, I'm going to look for general consent I'm not seeing general consent. Do you want to put a motion on the floor?
I think it's ready, and let's see.
Okay. Is there anyone willing to second this? Councillor Meehan is willing to second it. Okay. Do we need to debate or can we just vote? Like, really? It's all right. If you want to debate, then you also need to put your RTS in. Councillor Wong, go ahead on debate.
Thank you. I was opposed to the original one for going this long because I had another off-site appointment. Cutting this short to 30 minutes really screws my opportunity to meet people outside.
Then you can vote no. So.
Let people know that. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Dhaliwal to close.
Well, I'm closed.
Okay, it is closed. No, I'm sorry. No, it's closed. No. I'm calling it closed. We're voting. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Demong, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. And Councillor Sharp, your vote, please.
I'm a no.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Penner, the vote.
Can you display the votes, please? That motion is defeated on a tie. We will return at 7:45.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to public hearing meeting of council. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you. On the roll, Councillor Wong, Councillor Wyness, Councillor Carra, Councillor Chabot.
Councillor Carra is here.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Carra. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu. Councillor Demong. Councillor Dhaliwal.
Here.
Councillor McLean. Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Penner. Councillor Sharp.
I'm here.
Councillor Spencer.
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Chair. We do have quorum.
Thank you. So, Madam Clerk, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we've closed the public hearing on 7.3.3. Are we at questions of administration?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Councillor Chabot, are you in the queue for questions of admin, or is that old? That's old? Okay. I don't see any questions for administration, so I'm looking for a mover for this item, please.
I'm happy to move.
Thank you, Councillor Walcott.
My computer's restarting, so I couldn't RTS.
Okay, perfect. Who would like to second it? Councillor Wong, thank you. I don't see anybody in for debate. Over to you to close, Councillor Walcott.
I'm closed.
All right, e-scribe to vote, please. And I am not voting, just to be clear. I'm just chairing the meeting because I missed the public hearing.
Councillor Walcott, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Wong, your vote, please. And Councillor Sharp, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 3P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 3P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 3P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 3P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. First reading of bylaw 4P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 4P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 4P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 4P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Councillor Wong, what's your request?
Thank you. I'm not sure if it's a point of privilege or point of order, but during the break, somebody had made a statement that a previous vote on the Arbor Lake one in particular, I wanted to reconsider the vote. That's not true.
That's okay. This is not a thing.
No, I appreciate it. We
No,
have,
this is not a thing. You can't just talk about something. You have no request to speak that is in line with any of the items before us.
fair enough. We just have audience out there. That's all that should
It's,
go
you know what? That's life.
on. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So, Madam Clerk, we're going on to item 9.1. And I think we have to go into closed session for that one.
We do have the motion ready.
Okay, and then I'm just going to clarify for everyone, we have two items left. One is 9.1, which is a green line update. The other is 9.2, which is council compensation. The council compensation one is not a closed session item. So we are only going to go back to do the green line right now. So that motion is before us. Can I get a mover for this, please? Moved by Councillor Meehan, seconded by Councillor Wong. Please go to e-scribe to vote.
Councillor Sharp, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. So we will go into closed session for this item, and we will come back to rise and report when we're done.
The public hearing meeting of council is about to resume in open session. Please make your way back to the council chamber.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to public session. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Spencer.
I'm here.
Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Wong. Here. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Carra.
I'm here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu. Here. Councillor Demong.
I'm present.
Councillor Dhaliwal.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Sharp. And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. To rise and report, Councillor Sharp, seconded by Councillor Wong. Anyone opposed to rising and reporting? I don't see any, so I'll consider that passed. On this item, Councillor Chabot, you're going to move this? Okay, thank you. Councillor Demong, you're seconding.
I am seconding.
Great. With that, let's go to e-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Demong, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Meehan, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. All right, we are moving on to the last item, which is 9.2. This item is entitled Council Compensation, and I'll just advise that it will be Madam Clerk providing us with a little bit of an overview, and we also have HR here to pitch in as needed. Council, I added this item to the agenda for a very specific reason. I was seeing and hearing a lot from different members of council, both in terms of what was reported in the media, some people wanting to do a freeze, others not wanting to. I think it's important to have this discussion. I will not be moving anything myself because I'm chairing the meeting, but I do know that Councillor Dhaliwal is interested in bringing something. I believe Councillor Sharp was also interested, so we'll see where this goes after Madam Clerk gives us a summary.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Gondek. As Mayor Gondek has indicated, I don't have a formal presentation. However, I'm prepared to provide a brief verbal overview of the history of council compensation review, as well as some of council's previous decisions. So in my role as clerk, I've overseen the preparation of the Council Compensation Review Committee bylaw, supported council with the annual recruitment and appointment process of the public members, and of course managed the legislative process. For clarity, I just want council to know that I am not an expert in compensation matters or human resources, nor am I able to speak on the content of the Independent Council Committee reviews recommendations. My colleague from HR, our Chief Human Resource Officer, Greg Giuliano, is here in the audience should you have any specific questions with respect to human resources. So in terms of background, dating back to 2002, Council passed a bylaw that established the first Council Compensation Review Committee, and the responsibility of this committee was to make recommendations to Council regarding pay, pension, benefits, and other forms of compensation. Over the years, subsequent Council Compensation Review Committees have been established and formed in 2006, 2012, 2017, 2020, and 2023, and that was to benchmark Council's compensation. Of note, in 2014, Council directed that the frequency of these independent reviews be conducted every 4 years and that the report comes forward in the last year of the term. In 2017, also of note, Council adopted a motion that requires Council to vote before each election to accept or reject the use of the Alberta Weekly Earnings Indicator for the next 4 terms. The most recent Council Compensation Review Committee was established in 2023, was comprised of 5 public members, and of note, it had the broadest mandate to date, which included not only the compensation package review for members of Council, but also the compensation provided to councillors' assistants. The most recent final report of the Council Compensation Review Committee was presented to Council on December 17th, 2024. It included 6 recommendations. The one that I think will be most useful for your discussion today was recommendation number 1, and I quote, maintaining the current Alberta average weekly earnings calculation methodology as the basis for determining council's annual pay adjustments using data from September to September period. Since the Alberta average weekly reflects the economic conditions experienced by Albertans, it is appropriate for compensation for members of council to be aligned with the same economic realities as their constituents. The Council Compensation Review Committee is not recommending any changes to the base pay for members of council. At that December 17th meeting, Council adopted that recommendation, and it also referred a number of recommendations to the Council Services Committee, which will be hearing an update from administration tomorrow. Lastly, Council, in accordance with the city bylaw, the Council Compensation Review Committee was disbanded on December 17th at the time that their final report was presented. So that concludes my brief background and overview, and I would be happy to take any one of your questions to assist with your deliberations. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm trying to figure out what people are doing in the chat. Request to adjourn, like what's... Councillor Chabot? Okay, well, if I could ask Council, if you know when to put your RTSs in for certain things, so that would be awesome. Let's go to Councillor Dhaliwal.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I haven't seen any recommendation here because one of the things I was hoping to do is make an amendment to a recommendation and start that conversation, or is it going to be a motion? Well, I've prepared some sort of amendments that I want to bring, and I send it to clerks.
That's an excellent question, Councillor Dhaliwal. So the only recommendation right now, in light of this being a verbal item, is for council to thank administration for the verbal presentation. However, when the time in the process comes, you can move any motion that you would like with respect to this item.
Okay. Yeah, can you bring it up?
The motion that you would like to make?
So what's on the screen right now is the only motion that administration is bringing. Are you bringing something different?
Yes.
So is it an alternate motion?
Yeah, it's with the...
Okay.
So what I'm bringing is an alternate motion. Basically, what it kind of saying is that council reconsidered its decision from its 2024 December 17 regular meeting, as our city clerk just mentioned, that we did consider this at December 17 to adopt recommendation 1 of the Council Compensation Review Committee contained in its final report to maintain the current Alberta average weekly earnings calculation methodology as the basis for determining council's annual pay adjustments. And then council also reconsidered November 2nd, 2020 combined meeting of council to continue to use the AW index to adjust council's annual salary based on a monthly AWE average from September to September each year as approved by council in 2012. And the final is that council direct administration to freeze council salaries, members' salaries at 2024 levels for the 2025 calendar year and retroactive that to January 1st of 2025. So that's in front of you, council. And the reason I'm doing this is because at this time, many residents in our city, they're facing unprecedented financial struggles. And it is important for council to show that we understand their realities and standing alongside them. Families are making some tough decisions, deciding between paying rent, covering their mortgage, or affording insurance. And this is not just about budget for them. This is that they experience anxiety, sacrifice, and hardship. And freezing council pay this year is not about the amount, bigger, smaller, whatever it is. It is about that we are listening to our residents and showing that we hear their concerns. It's a gesture of empathy and solidarity, and also recognize that we are not separate from the challenges faced by these we serve. And I always say leadership is not just about policies, it's also about considering the values and reflecting those values in our decision. And this decision can have a profound significance. It's about rebuilding or strengthening in some cases, our trust with Calgarians and make them feel that we stand with them. Also, choosing this path will be giving a clear indication to our residents that we are not ignoring their struggles and their concerns, and we take their voices are at heart of every decision we make. So with that being said, I also want to, I think Councillor Sharp is seconding this. When this came out, I'm going to be very honest, I had some conversations with Mayor's office, and I want to thank you, Mayor's office, for also recognizing that and working with our office to make sure that we do something that we had an opportunity last year, but this year it's right in front of us. Let's make the right decision. And once again, thank you to Councillor Sharp and Mayor for making this happen. With that, I'm open for debate, I guess.
Okay, Councillor Sharp, you're going to second this?
I am, and I just want to ask a quick procedural question, and then, Director City Clerk Martin, I believe number 1 has to be called separately before we can move on. Like, there would have to be a reconsideration of 2/3 of council to move forward to number 2 and 3. Is that how this works?
Just about right, Councillor Sharp. The first vote would be on recommendation 1 and 2. Whether those are called together or separate, that will be up to council. Recommendation 1 and recommendation 2 both require a 2/3 vote. Should that vote pass, then council can go ahead and proceed to vote on number 3.
Okay, great. I just wanted clarity on that, and I think council needed clarity on that. Before I get into my debate, I just have to give a big thank you to 2 groups of people. Obviously, City Clerk, she has spent the whole, I would say almost week, helping me figure out what the reconsiderations that had to be in order to get motions ready, and all the research you did. And the second would be thank the volunteer members and administration support for all their hard work on the recommendations. It's not your work, it's not what you're doing, it's what we're seeing in the public. But I wanted to say thank you so much for everyone and their support, and legal for allowing me to push the boundaries as far as I can, and you to say, okay, hold on a second, you can't go that far, maybe this is what you can do. Thank you, Councillor Dhaliwal, for talking about wanting to bring us something forward as well. I think what we're trying to do here, Council, is this motion is about actions over appearances. Council receiving an automatic pay raise when so many Calgarians are struggling to make ends meet does not just look bad, it is bad. It's wrong and it needs to stop. Council should not be receiving an automatic pay raise this year, or let alone any year. I have kind of stepped back a little bit here because I actually wanted to go indefinitely. Then I turned into 5 years. I did get some feedback from constituents saying that's too long. And so what I'll say is when you run for council, you'll know what you'll get paid for that certain amount. And if you don't want to run because you don't get a raise every year, then you know what, maybe it's not the job for you, but maybe you're running for the wrong reasons. I know that this job requires a lot of work, but it's real look at this and say, be worth the money. We are. It's just the fact that when I have constituents calling me about a 60% assessment increase, I have a tough time taking a pay raise. So it's not just that, and a lot of things that are going into cost of living. A lot of people are asking why now? Well, why now is that we really only get the pay raise over the holidays, and we approved the methodology in December, so now is the time to do this. So thanks, Councillor Dhaliwal, for bringing this forward as well. And I know that one of the issues with the motion that I wanted to bring was that we couldn't consider freezing beyond our term because we could somehow fetter a future council. So you know what, to future council, if you're standing here in the future, I think you need to make tough decisions every day, and this is one of them you're going to have to make and justify to your constituents and why you're taking a raise or not. But thank you very much for all the feedback and all the work that went into this, and I think it'll be up to the next council if this passes to start looking at motions to make sure that we're setting things on the right track and doing the right things and leading by example. So happy to support this, even if it's only a year. Thanks to Councillor Dhaliwal for cooperating with me.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Carra.
All right, I've got 4 points of debate. The first one is that I think the most sacred principle that we should uphold as governors is that politicians should have as little to do with setting their own pay as possible. And when you get involved with that, you are betraying, I think, core governance. I think this motion is not well put in the sense that it does not answer that core question. You're basically disbanding, dumping on, rejecting the good work of citizen volunteers who are tasked with an important governance task, and there is no follow-up. You've got a brand new council coming in next year. What are they going to do? Are they like, what are they? They're going to get even more involved with their pay, and that's terrible governance. We live in an age of unprecedented income inequality, and there are lots of people on the bottom end, and the bottom end is growing. This is not the way you solve that. This is cheap politics. I'm fully willing to accept the supporters of this motion's valuation of themselves, but you are also undervaluing the institution of being a city councilor, and that will lead in bad places, because that's the challenge that we have is a decline in democratic values, an extreme wealth inequality, and you're not working for the people you think you're working for by doing this. Finally, I was elected in October of 2010, and shortly after that, we were given a pay raise, and I thought that's not right. And rather than grandstand and be a bad governor, I just wrote 12 checks of the difference between the salary I had agreed to work for and the bonus back to the city. And I would highly recommend that if that's your strong value, do that. But don't undermine governance. Devalue yourself. And I'll also tell you that did not make the splash or be the meaningful gesture that any of you thought it was. So do not reconsider this. Do not get involved with your pay. Do not play these petty politics. But I know that this admonition will fall on deaf ears amongst a lot of you. And I don't necessarily disagree with how you value yourselves, but don't devalue the institution.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, I'll agree with Councillor Krov. It was admonitions or being chastised constantly by you. Actually, I will ignore that. I knew when I got elected in 2021 what my salary was going to be. And one of the first things that came before us was giving ourselves a raise. I just thought that was unacceptable. And I've made no secret that to make it public now, and I find it it's kind of fun to see now that we're bringing this back up again. When I brought this forward in 2022, freezing our wages for 1 year, it wasn't even allowed to be brought to the floor. Everybody says, no, we need raises. There was tough times then. It's tough times now. I hear Councillor Dollywall and lots of people changing their minds now, saying exactly what I said then. So maybe in your close, you can enlighten me to see what changed in the last couple of years. Because maybe Carl's right on that one. Is it politicking or electioneering? Consistency, I think, is what is important in an elected official. You should always have an opinion and you vote consistently. That's what people want to see. They don't want to see people waver back and forth. They want to know what's real, what's true, what you believe in, not what's convenient to believe in. Yeah, I'm going to support this. I like the idea of 2020 for 1 year. Sorry, Sonia, I would back you on your one going longer, but I will say, you're telling the next council what to do, that's a hard pill to swallow. So this is just for ourselves. I do think it's a good signal to send after we've had we've asked the public to pay more every year on their taxes. Well, we've spent more and then give ourselves another raise. Yeah, it's unacceptable. So I think it's the right thing to do. I hope we can reconsider this. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Similar to Councillor Corral, Councillor McLean, back in 2021 when we came in, I asked that question of our city manager at the time, and is there a way to reverse this? And the answer was, again, this is a decision of the compensation committee, and the answer is no. So I asked the question, how could we not take it? And the answer was, you can give it back. And so I took that option right away, and I gave that benefit back. to the community and to other charitable groups at the same time. In 2023, I believe it was, when we had budget adjustments, and we did, again, a tax rate increase of about 5 point whatever it was, and once again, we were dealing with a case of affordability, and I said, why are we taking increases this and that, and I suggested, I think it was a $23 million rebate to our residential taxpayers so they can deal with affordability, and that was rejected. Earlier this fall, when we had this conversation with council compensation, I asked two questions there. One was around the accidental death and dismemberment. Why are we paying for this? Because at the end of the day, the city's going to pay part of the premium. We're going to be a part of the premium. The chances of collecting is really slim. It's an expense, which I don't understand why we're going to get the benefit. But I also asked the same question about council compensation, whether or not there was a way to reverse it. And the answer again was at that time, no. And so as a result, I voted against the council compensation recommendations at that time. So we're coming full circle, and the answer is I support this. I support this because, for the same reasons that Councilor Dolwell indicated, we hear it from our constituents many times over. How can we take a raise when they're struggling to go to the food bank or housing and everything else and such? So with that, I do support this. But again, to Councilor Crowell's comment about breaking the integrity of this, my question would be, is there, if the 3%, 3 point whatever percent increase was put in place, but we didn't collect it dollar-wise, right, would that rate be carried forward into the next year, or are we freezing the rate altogether? Which is the better of the two options? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot, please.
I need to ask a question of administration to start with. Based on the motion that's before us, does this mean that we will abandon or reverse the decision, but only for 2025, and then we'll revert back to the average weekly earnings for 2026 unless council decides otherwise?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Chabot. That is my understanding. And perhaps if it would be helpful, reflecting on recommendation number 1, that reconsideration is only capturing the months of November and December of 2025. That's why it has been built in. But the intent in reading the motion together is that this applies for 2025.
So including November and December of 2025. Okay, so it does
Recommendation
impact
number 3 references the 2025 calendar year.
Okay, so it will play into the next council at least slightly, at the very least. Okay, thanks for that answer. So to debate, essentially, I've proposed this motion many times over the years and not had a lot of success as far as making this recommendation. While I was away, this motion actually was, I'm not sure what motion was passed, but I know council did freeze their salaries for some period of time, which I think was good. I really didn't think this would get any success, but after hearing that there's some other members of council that were interested in doing this, I thought there might be some chance for success. During the budget deliberations, we asked every single department to look at what cuts they could make, how they could reduce the operational budget to achieve a direction that council had previously given. And so we asked them to do something, but we didn't actually look at what cuts we could make to our own budgets, to our own salaries. And so while we talk about leading by example, we're actually being reactive in this, but I mean, it's what's before us now. Maybe we should have done this during budget deliberations, but it's before us now, and so it's the closest thing that we can do to lead by example, I guess. And so I'm supportive of it. While I have argued in the past that in order to attract good talent, we want to have at least a reasonable salary for people to consider taking on this job. It's not for the faint of heart. And I do think we've reached a point where the salary may not be the best salary out there compared to the private sector, but it is at least a reasonable salary that people can actually live with and make ends meet. And so if you're getting into this job for the salary, then you're probably not getting in it for the right reasons. So I think it's a reasonable salary based on what we do. There's no arguments that we could probably be earning more money for the same sort of role in the private sector, but it's not about what we can make, but rather what we can do for our city. And those people that typically take on this job, they're not taking it for the salary. I can tell you personally, when I first got into office, I took a pay cut to take on this job. Why? Because I thought I could make a difference in my community. I wanted to make a difference for my community. So I'm going to support this and encourage the rest of my members of council to support it as well.
Thank you. Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, thanks for the debate. I agree with Councillor McLean that I think people should have consistency on this issue, and it's frustrating when they don't. And the two things I've always argued is that we have an independent process and that we should respect that. And the other piece that I think is being overlooked here, or maybe purposefully construed a certain way, is that the system already accounts for what the economy is doing and what Calgarians are going for. That's why the Alberta weekly earnings is a benchmark. So the system takes care of that fine and well. And I think that one of the other pieces of information that was used in debate was that you knew what your salary was when you got in, and that's true. And the Alberta weekly earnings adjustment was approved in November of 2020 before any of us were elected. So you knew that you would receive that when you were elected. And now we're trying to retroactively change that. I'd also say a small percentage of 2 or 3%, which is all this ever is not a raise. If you look at what unions argue for, what any average citizen argues for, and what most of them get, the average person gets, is that 2 or 3%, because otherwise you just don't keep up with inflation at all and you're just taking simultaneous cuts over and over again. People should want this job. I think being a young person and having done this job, you lose a lot of privacy, you get harassed quite a bit. It's a very difficult job to do. And I think that one of the things that makes it more difficult is when we systemically devalue the work. And it's really hard to listen to people polishing their halos over this when you know that the money's not going to go back to citizens, right? It's going to sit in city coffers. So the best thing to always do on this is what people have said they have done in the past, which is to donate it to community if you feel so strongly. But I can tell you that when I give my staff like a little bit more money each year to keep up with inflation and things like that, they tell me that they spend it on their kids' braces and groceries and those types of things. And so I just don't understand why we are constantly in a race to the bottom. And I think we should stand up and say, no, this is a reasonable adjustment that has reasonable parameters around it. And it's just so exhausting to show up to this job and see people pander more to the narrative of things than the actual factual reality. And politics and this job is getting more and more divorced from reality, which makes people who care about those facts and figures and the reality not want to do it anymore. And I just think we're headed down such a dangerous road. So I won't be supporting this. I encourage you not to support it, even if it's not for yourself, but just for the value of the role and for the institution, as Councillor Cross said. So that's it.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
Thank you. I'm pretty critical of Calgary Sun columnists. So I figured I might as well just change my approach and quote one. While the symbolism of a pay cut for politicians is nice, it would be far more useful if elected officials did their jobs and did it well. You might think that this symbol means something to the public, but the one thing that will stick with me as both a citizen of this city and as a councillor is how many of you perpetually vote against affordable housing? How many of you vote to raise the cost of transit passes? How many of you complain because we might be supporting a safe basement suite? How many of you think an apartment building across the street from a grocery store is too much because traffic might be heavy? How some of you think that building around transit, heritage first over putting housing beside a train station. There's a reason why this conversation comes up every single January. And it's because you finally get an opportunity to grandstand, you do it, but people quickly forget it. And so you need to remind them the next year that you did it last year. Every year you got to tell people, I'm a martyr. Instead of being a martyr in an empty room, I just dare any of us to do our job when we have a room full of 50 people who are telling us about traffic as a means of not providing a home for someone, because I think that just on a base economic level, just building some housing is going to do better for our tax base than the 30 grand across 15 people, divided up over 1.5 million citizens. I don't even know if we have that many decimals on our tax report. So yeah, I'm not going to waste my time on this. I'd rather actually do my job. This ain't it.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wyness.
Thanks. I'm going to keep this short. I'm not going to support this year because this council has found an efficiency. We're down a councillor, and that wage will cover far more than what this freeze is going to do. We're down a councillor. That's an efficiency that has been found. Unfortunately, because there's not enough time to run a by-election, so I'm not going to do it. Average weekly earning based off of last year's shows where Albertans are going. A recent jobs article showed that more Albertans are working, yet they're not getting paid well. And so when we have conversations where we're trying to say not to pay people ourselves, we're sending indicators that more people should be paid less. And so this year I'm really struggling with this one because we have shown that by debating this as long as we have, we're running the clock on what savings we could have found. And we've had some big files that have far exceeded the cost of what this is. So this year, I'm not going to support it. And please, next year, Raj, if you're going to do it, bring it in December. It's middle of the month. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Demong.
Well, I don't have an awful lot to say about this other than for those that are going to vote in favor of this, why in heck did you vote in favor against? Why did you vote for the recommendations only last month and last year and the year before that each time? Just doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close. Councillor Dhaliwal.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. It's not about splash. It's not about politics. And why, what has changed? There's always somewhere you can start. And I also want to acknowledge and thank the Compensation Review Committee, the great work they have done. This has nothing to against them. And just to refresh everybody's memory, on December 17th, I voted against those recommendations. I voted against transition allowance that you guys said is so much needed. If you as a councillor decide not to run, you should better be prepared how you're going to transition into new role. And if you get fired by residents, you shouldn't be entitled to that. Same thing here. Over the last 1 year, I've talked to residents, and the sentiment is, why you guys hold yourself above us? We are your real bosses. And having a salary, even if it's 2-3%, it's just the messaging that we are giving them that, yes, this is not about you, this is about us. So yeah, if you don't want to support it, please don't support it. I just wanted to put it out there, and I just wanted to let the Calgarians know that, yes, we tried, but it's your choice. With that, I'm closed. Thank you.
So, Madam Clerk, can you walk us through the votes that we need to do?
Absolutely, Mayor Gondek. But prior to doing that, just on reflecting on Councillor Chabot's question, you will see on the screen that we've typed for 2025 into recommendation number 1 so that it's clear this is for the 1 year. You're okay with that, Councillor Dhaliwal? Okay. So from here, the first step will be to reconsider the previous decisions from December 2024 as well as November 20th. The first decision is to reconsider recommendation 1 from the Council Compensation Review Committee that is contained in their final report to maintain the current Alberta weekly earnings calculation methodology as the basis for determining Council's annual pay adjustments for 2025. Their report was to be effective the new term of Council. The second recommendation for reconsideration is for Council to reconsider its decision from 2020 November 2nd combined meeting of Council to continue to use the AWE index to adjust Council's annual salary for 2025 based on that monthly average from September to September each year as approved by Council in 2012. This Council would bring the previous decisions forward again, should you reconsider, and if this passes, then recommendation number 3 would be put forward.
So, Madam Clerk, just to make sure that everyone's clear on this, your position is that these two are tied together because to accomplish the next one, both of these need to be done?
That's correct. In looking at the previous decisions, the decision that's contained in recommendation number 1, that report provided that the recommendations of the Council Compensation Review Committee are to be effective for the next term of council. There is also a previous decision of council that dates back to 2014, and that decision indicates that the change in salary is to occur at swearing in. So to ensure that it's maintained for the calendar year, like Councillor Dhaliwal proposed, it's been proposed for reconsideration. Recommendation number 2, back in 2020, Council set the salary for 22, 23, 24, and 25. So now if Council's looking to do something different, that one also needs to be reconsidered.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Dhaliwal, is it related to what we're doing?
Sorry, Mayor, yeah, I mean, typically 2/3 needed, so we are 14, so 9 or 10?
It's 10, Councillor Dhaliwal.
Thank you, that's it.
Okay, thank you. So this is what's before you. Please go to e-scribe to vote.
Councillor Demong, your vote, please.
No.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? Motion is defeated on a tie. So that's it for this item, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay. And we
no,
are
I'm
done.
sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I'm so sorry. The original recommendation comes back then to thank administration for the verbal presentation, and that will conclude the item.
Okay.
Because no motion has been moved yet.
So will you move the original? Okay, all right. Councillor Sharp is going to move this. Councillor Dhaliwal is going to second it. So this is the original one that just says that we thank administration. Okay, so e-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Demong, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. And Councillor McLean, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? Okay, that's carried unanimously. And we have no other items today, Madam Clerk?
No other business, Mayor.
Okay, motion to adjourn from Councillor Chabot, seconded by Councillor Dhaliwal. Anyone opposed to adjourning? Seeing and hearing none, we are adjourned.